Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. Sorry about the delay, and sorry about the late stream. But, welcome to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Wanted to make sure I got my audio testing done and out of the way. I think it's pretty good, all things considered, that OBS has not had a meltdown. Welcome on in, everybody. Hopefully we're doing well and in health, and in spirit. Greetings, Devious. Apologies for missing your message earlier. Let's get a shout out going for Devious, but enjoy your gym time, friend. Enjoy your gym time. Because I don't want to keep you from heading to the gym. If you guys don't know Devious, please go check them out. I did not get a chance to see what the last game streamed was, but Devious works pretty hard on her content. Please go check her out. Super relaxed streams. Before we begin, of course, I would like to thank both Mr. Rowan Darcy and Devious Grace for their Tier 1 subscriptions this month. Please enjoy all the fine benefits that come along with your subscription to this channel. The emotes, the increased priority Q1 things, and so on and so forth. And while I don't have any one-off contributors this month, I would like to thank people who made one-off contributions last time. Much appreciated. The one-off donations helped more than I could possibly say. I don't have the ability to express how helpful they were. Let us get to the adjusting part of the stream. There we go. I think we're adjusted in the right spot now. Last time was a pretty grim stream, folks. I spent almost all the time just waxing poetic about politics. And by poetic, I mean a dirge. Today, I would like to return to the snowlark tunes of the Hebran Tundra and not dwell so much on politics today, because while there are definitely grim developments happening in my country, the US, there's hope. People are starting to wake up. Plus, you have to be the change you want to see in the mirror, ladies and gentlemen. You can't do that. You can't do that if you're, oh, also, I forgot to activate the YouTube source. Let's make sure that's happening, because I'm sure people have, I'm quite sure. Hello. No, I'm not trying to edit the chat. Thank you. My friends on YouTube and Twitch, we are multi-streaming, so if you guys want to say hello to each other, feel free. Though I don't recommend cross-platform chatter, of course. And if the YouTube chat is to be believed, HBK, welcome back. Good to see you. Sorry for the late acknowledgement. I am apparently having some sort of issue with the social stream ninja, just forgetting to turn on the cross-platform chat. So sorry. The timers are not going to be in their usual places today, so it's very possible that we will take a break. Our first ad break will kind of be in the next 15 minutes, so let's get moving. We have little time to waste. Last time, on Breath of the Wild, outside of the politicking the episode that happened, We collected a lot of Korok seeds, and we went through a whole bunch of shrines. We killed a bunch of Lynels, a bunch of Hinoxes. We even did some spelunking, and that's always fun. We did a lot of spelunking. As always, if you guys are having issues with the audio, you can't hear something, or you can't hear me, please let me know. I can't fix what I don't know, and I did an audio test, so I know things are working right now. It's going to be later. Additionally, I should probably go ahead and say we have... there is a local storm in my area, so there is a good chance that... there is like a decent probability of a power outage happening again. If it happens a couple more times this stream or during this like chunk of time, then I'm simply going to cancel the remainder of the stream for the day. Just getting that out there for everybody. Just making sure that no problem. And thank you, HBK. Glad you're here. How are you in health and in spirit, my friend? I hope you enjoy your stay. While we're conversing and making merry, why don't we go ahead and demo what we're going to do for today? We are going to hopefully finish, touring the Hebra Mountains and the Tabanthan Tundra. I am willing to even extend the stream to make this happen, so that when we next meet, we can begin collecting things in the Lake Hylia Farron Grasslands area. I think that's going to be a great start, and work toward Eastern Necluda. We probably have about 3 episodes. I want to say around 3 episodes before we, no, 2 episodes. I take that back. This one and the one that'll air on Wednesday. And then we'll find out where we're going, everybody. If you want to be part of that decision-making process, I highly recommend joining my Discord so that, you can participate in some voting. We vote on things here on this channel. You can even buy votes if you're a subscriber on Twitch or you're a Patreon or Coffee member. So if you're wanting to have your votes count at double quantity, consider doing that. The financial contributions are, of course, greatly appreciated. The Senate chamber's coffers must be lined after... okay. Enough about that. Let's get... Let's see. So you're fantastic today. Good. I'm glad to hear that, HBK. Have a chance to do anything fun, or has today been busy? Okay, I think it's this one. This one here was one of the later ones. And then this one here. Okay, so there's one on top of the summit here that we never quite dealt with, and then there's one in here we need to go deal with. That's gonna be somewhere over here. I hope everybody does something fun. Look, I don't mind, shooting the breeze with some geopolitics. I don't. I think the subject is very important, and I think more people should be willing to engage in geopolitics. I think it's too easy to just shut down and not want to entertain those sorts of topics at all. But if you don't do it, like I said, you'll be caught with your pants down. But today I want to kind of keep things light. We had a really, really grim stream yesterday. I think that was probably like the darkest bit of discussion about things that were bothering my European friends all day long. Let me go ahead and shift this over here. Just ever so slightly. Right there. That's perfect. You're welcome, HBK. Absolutely fine. Since you, trying to think here. I'm trying to, like, entertain multiple bits of dialogue at once. Multiple trains of thought at once. Are you, if and you don't mind my asking, are you someone in college? Are you someone who's well and working? Or, you know, I've had people from high school here as well. I'm merely curious about the contents of my audience. I want to know who I'm catering to. What stage of life would you consider yourself in at the moment, HBK? And that goes for anybody else. I'm currently in the trying to get my act together stage of my life. I have no issues or no qualms about dispensing or being open about that aspect of my life. I pet sit for a living, but it really doesn't make a whole bunch of money. And it'll make even less as the economy in the US continues to crack and strain under all the pressure of the tariffs. Where's this next flower? Is that just the last one? I think it might be. I want everyone to know that no matter what stage of life you're in, you're welcome here. I'm not going to be like a lot of other content creators out there who do not or will not entertain people who are 18 or more, like, or 18 or older. I'm not going to kick people out for being, you know, in their teenage years. Like, I think even middle schoolers and high schoolers need a place on the internet where they can, you know, talk with one another and have other people to share things with. But, you know, obviously make sure that your parents are okay with you being here. I don't want to be a reason for you getting punished or you getting grounded, or, you know, I don't want to end up in a lawsuit. I do have to protect myself. But outside of that, people are more than welcome here. Because I think you are mid-age and you will be 50 next month. Wow. Amazing. Absolutely fantastic. I am glad you're 50 for what it's worth. So it's not easy. You know, it's not easy to cross over the hump in today's age. I mean, even though medicine's out there that bolsters everyone's immune system, or we have treatments for almost everything under the sun outside of things like cancer or it's quite rare diseases. People aren't exactly living long in today's society. You're either living old enough to be 100 or you're not even living to be like 35. Whether that's due to things like obesity or cancer, or, you know, things like car crashes, you know, airplane crashes, poor air quality, drugs, you know, what have you. I'm wanting to head toward the North Summit is what I'm doing. I think it's incredible that people live to be more than 45 these days. I think it's impressive. And I hope your life continues to be long-lived and fulfilling HBK for what it's worth. While we're conversing, I will go ahead and do more bookkeeping. We've got maybe about 5 minutes before there will be a quick break or an intermission break because everything's on timers for stream overhead purposes. If you guys like the content and hadn't considered doing so before, please follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. And while I don't have any freebies to hand out for people on YouTube outside of the Discord, which is where you can catch up to your peers that are on Twitch, you know, if you're on Twitch, you get at least 5 free emotes for your effort, for your follow. You get that for free. As long as you don't, like, unfollow, you always have them. Or, you know, there ever gets to be a time where, you know, Twitch is starting to strip memory space for emotes. Well, you know, we're going to be in some dire times on Twitch. But I sincerely hope that you guys that are on Twitch do make good use of those emotes. And again, please consider the Discord. Hello. Nice of you to join us, Ice Breath Lizalfos. I think once we get through the Tabanthan region, we will also probably take a second and kind of cook some stuff. I think it's sorely necessary. We don't have any more temperature-related food. You're welcome, HBK. Anytime. Absolutely. I hope everybody lives their best life. I don't care what side of the political spectrum you happen to be part of. I'm not going to wish malice and death upon my enemies. Absolutely not. That's not who I am as a person, and it flies in the face of my principles to be... that's worse than petty. It's vengeful. And I'm not going to... I'm not going to be subsumed by cycles of revenge or malice. Not doing it. At least for now. We all have our breaking points, though. We all absolutely have our breaking points. Man, that sure didn't take long. Take that. Now, what do I want to throw anything away for this? Probably not. Probably not. I do want to thank everybody for hanging around with me at the bottom of the hour and everything. If I hadn't said it before, I'll just say it now. I really do appreciate the company. And again, sorry for the late streams. Power outage and stuff notwithstanding. Still going to apologize anyway. I think... is it... Okay, it is better than that. If I could just get rid of this damn Master Sword, I would... Maybe I shouldn't have taken the Master Sword. That's probably the real answer, huh? Yeah, you know what? We're not picking up a Royal Broadsword, as fun as that is. I'll get to the top of the mountain and I'll make a stop right there. I don't want you guys to miss out because there's a ad break running. I am back. So sorry about that. Let's kick things off. Let me make sure I'm not missing any chat messages. Something funny your brother makes you something funny. Your brother makes you do the cooking when you play this game? Ah. There's something similar that my sibling and I do when we happen to be playing games together like this. Oftentimes I'll... Hello. Nice blood moon. I gotta figure out where the balloons are. Where, you know, we happen to be reading recipes out, and I'll be the one doing the reading. I'll just wait for it to emerge here. And my sibling will do the cooking. It would be nice if my sibling and I could, in fact, you know, play games together, but it's not the easiest. I live on one side of a river, and my sibling lives on the other side of the river. For a number of different reasons. Okay, so it's like, what, over here? Yeah, it's over here. Sure. And I think we should more or less get to it if we paraglide. At one point, I think sometimes my sibling would, you know, come over and, I can't tell if that I've just parted my hair that way or if that is definitely for sure balding. But, yeah, my sibling and I would sometimes, you know, they'd pop in on the stream with me, and my sibling would be the one to crack the jokes. They're way funnier than I am. Absolutely, I'm more the stoic, serious type, for better or worse. And if I'm making people laugh, it's because I'm reacting in a weird way people find funny. And not so much because I'm saying something funny. Uh-oh. We bonded over those games? I can imagine. Oh, these... yeah, we definitely do not have long. You don't need to see that. Yeah, I could no doubt imagine. Yeah, my sibling and I bonded over games. Our thing to do would have been well, not our favorite thing, but like we would often play like Super Smash Brothers or something, or Mario Party, or sometimes we'd be part of the same set of houses in Animal Crossing or something like that. And it wasn't until the early to like mid-college years that I had where, you know, my sibling and I would, well, no, that's not true. No, we've been part of a tabletop group for a long time. Dungeons and Dragons, Pathfinder First Edition, StarCraft, or Starfinder, excuse me. And a bunch of other one-offs. Like that was an ongoing thing for a long time. But it wasn't until I was around 25 where we moved to like Magic the Gathering, and we play a pretty nice, robust set of card games together. Although the card games are more over my interest than my siblings' interest. Yep. And we absolutely knew these were coming back because the blood moon literally happened right as we killed them. Neat. I want to say there's a fairy light. Yeah, it's this tree right here. He and I are very close. My sibling and I weren't always close. We used to fight like cats and dogs growing up. We would hit each other, fight each other, get mad all the time. Yeah, is that a normal thing for siblings to do? No, absolutely not. Not to the degree that my sibling and I did. But we did, and it wasn't until we became adults later and actually managed to spend some time apart that and I was a much better person. I became a much better person, let's say. That my sibling and I were sort of able to bond. It's one thing to play with your sibling, but it's and you know, play games together, but it's something else to like actually bond over more serious like values and not just have some superficial relationship. My siblings certainly won't say it this way because they're not really religious like I am, but I'll say it this way because this is how the scripture is actually supposed to read. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. If you choose your blood relatives and blood siblings as friends, you make friends out of them, then they can be your family. But you have to... A bond requires nurturing. It requires care. It's why sometimes, you know, family relationships break up when divorces happen, or after a earth-shattering event happens. Those bonds are not being nurtured or can't be nurtured ever again, for whatever reason. Petty thefts, you know, constant snubbing, you know, take your pick, really. But if you want the family relationships to matter, you have to treat it... family is obligation. Friends are not supposed to be obligations. You'd have to treat your family almost like they're your friends. Kind of. Kind of. There's like this weird... There's this weird, like, vertical... How do I word this? You have to be careful. Like, it's one thing to say, you know, siblings are friends. It's another thing to say, you know, your immediate parents are friends. You could be friendly with them, but being friends with them is hard, because there's a vertical aspect to the relationship that cannot be ignored. 10-year age difference? Ooh. So are you the older or younger sibling, if you don't mind my asking? I'm the older one. I am older by 2 years and about 9-10 months. No, 2 years and 11 months. Technically 3. Like, it averages out to be about 3, but the technical truth is 2 years and 11 months, roughly. Okay, I'm wanting to go over toward this shelf. And there's a shrine up here, so we can actually kind of break up the monotonous Korok hunting with shrines and stuff. Oh, and yes, for you guys on YouTube, all the commands that I have there, with the exception of BOTW, IngRec, and IngMeta, are available for people on Twitch as well. You just replace the asterisks with an exclamation mark. That's really about the only difference. And I have it set up that way because I don't want people on Twitch and YouTube getting mixed up. Ooh, which command is what? It's just better if there's a distinction. At least, in my opinion. Maybe I can be wrong, but... I mean, I'm open to being wrong. Is this a treasure chest? This looks like a treasure chest. Yep. But I've got information for all kinds of things on this game, in the form of commands. I have it set up that way so that if people want to learn about the game and not just play it, they can do that. If people want to, you know, shape their own gameplay experience or understand what the gameplay experience I'm trying to bring to the table, you know, the commands are there to do that. And they're available on my Discord as well. I have a tab, or I have a channel set up just to store those. I believe they're called commands. It should be commands. And then another one for soundboard commands as well. Yeah, 2 distinct channels, and people can go review those commands anytime, because there are commands set up to call other commands. That's the technical term for spitting out the information to people when they ask about the commands. Nice. I need to be careful. Wow, they really hurt. Older, you'll be 50. Ooh, nice, nice. He turned 40 in January. That is awesome. What sorts of games did you and him, or you and yeah, you and him, what sort of games did you two bond over? Like, I know about Breath of the Wild, because you've talked about it quite a bit in your HBK, but is there anything else that you two had like a distinct fondness over? When I'm thinking about old games that people might have been able to bond over, I'm thinking of things like The Mystical Adventures of Goemon, for example, or Goemon. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Where you could actually have like a second player with you to tackle the challenge together. Oh, The Mystical Adventures of Goemon is quite the game. It's like, you're lucky to see a cartridge here in the US for the N64 on one of those. You're more likely to find it through emulation. If you want to talk about frustrating retro titles, that one was like really frustrating. The game's I am going to try to like get a stun going or something. No, you drop that. Oh man, why are you trying to tongue me back there? Nice. Maybe, yeah, a Lionel shield's fine, sure. Okay, Lizalthos, I don't think you want to, like, I don't think you want to jump down there, but sure. Okay, let's get back to finding Koroks, but, I know there are probably a fair number of old retro titles. I think there's even like an old 1997 like old Shadowrun game. It might be like like in the mid 90s or like early 2000s. It's like I know there was a copy of one of the Shadowrun games that I never got an opportunity to play, and it's kind of ye old. Another one that I could think about, and this is along the same lines of one sibling plays and the other does something to help out, would be the original Shin Megami Tensei, in like for the SNES in the 1990s. Because the amount of data required to complete the demon fusions is, well, it's just, oh, it's a lot to try to keep straight. It definitely helps if there's a second person there reading off the prerequisite demons. Now, modern SMT titles do a much better job at giving players everything they need for a solo experience, but even so, having a partner there just helps. At least I think so. Legend of Zelda games, ooh, A Link to the Past, Breath of the Wild, Ocarina of Time, and then the 2-player Mario games, and Hyrule Warriors. Ah, so you both are Zelda enthusiasts then. That's cool. I was more of a Metroid enthusiast myself. I mean, I also enjoyed Legend of Zelda. My favorite one outside of like Breath of the Wild is Skyward Sword, and I know everybody hates or not hates Skyward Sword, but it's like it's the stepchild no one talks about when it comes to Legend of Zelda games. If it isn't Zelda 2, Skyward Sword makes a pretty good runner-up for the part of the franchise people don't like referring to. The other thing I think of is like Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. Greetings, mortal. Greetings, Eru. Welcome to the stream, good sir. How are you doing in health and in spirit? Hope you enjoy the stay. It's been some time since I last seen you. How are things over in your part of the world? If you don't mind my asking, I was just talking with with someone on YouTube by the name of HBK, and we were discussing games in which both they and their brother were bonding over, or had bonded over growing up. Doing okay? What about me? I am okay. I have a little bit of a mishap in my cup. I'll talk about that in a second. And I'm all dressed. I'm thoroughly shampooed. I just have to, not think too hard about the balding spot up here. And otherwise, we've been working toward Koroks seeds, and I guess I got off to a bit of a late start. We had a power outage in my area. I'm pretty sure I put the bolo out about it on Discord, but I had to wait for stuff to get recalibrated again, which was not ideal. It was very much less than ideal. So, long story short, I'm doing just fine. Thank you for asking. Balding ain't too bad. You'll start to look like John Locke from Lost. Ooh, I don't know if I want to look like Locke, though. Oh, no. Ick. New ick unlocked. I'm kidding. I don't know that much about John Locke. I know he's not a particularly good character, all things considered. It's like, I'm thinking of like Megamind. Locke virus. Oh, no. It's giving me Megamind vibes for whatever reason. Thank you for the pep up. I appreciate it. When I get ready to get my hair cut, I'm going to tell the barber to just lop it all off, and people are going to see me for the balding 33-year-old man I know I am now. Because there's no way that nobody else hasn't noticed that I'm balding right up there. That's why hats are a thing. If I weren't wearing headphones, absolutely, I'd be wearing my hat pretty much all the time because I would have no hair anyway. But I do in fact have hair, and I'm wearing headphones, so hats are kind of a no-go. Let me make sure I'm not missing stuff on YouTube. Oh, he got you into it. That's cool. HBK, thank you for sharing. Let me ask this kind of twist of a question. I know that I know you've talked about games that you and your brother have bonded over. Are there games that only one of you play, or that one of you are into? And I guess I can extend this question to anybody. If you've got like a friend or a sibling or someone that you share a lot of interests with, especially when it comes to gaming, is there a game that is like explicitly or exclusively yours? For me, I can't even say Elden Ring because both my sibling and myself have played it. Maybe Assassin's Creed. There's like there are a few things I could think of. My little sister is 9 and still claps me in video games. Yeah, that sound in Smash. Mm-hmm. Hey, I mean, I might be better in Smash, but my sibling is better than me in Mario Kart. At the 150cc to 200 level. Yes, the game very much makes an important distinction here, Eru. You and I can laugh that up though, like absolutely. It's all good clippage at the end of the day, and as long as there's enough context, no one's really gonna think twice. No problem, HBK. Thank you for chatting. I appreciate everybody coming in and chatting today and just hanging out and vibing, having a good time. I'm definitely not the best when it comes to this game. I know there are people that have made walkthroughs for this game, but I don't know too many people that do it competently in a streaming format. Where do I have the most followers? YouTube or Twitch? On YouTube, I just got up to 74 subscribers. And on Twitch, I have 380 followers. I took a look this morning. But I've had like 300-ish followers for like 4 years. So the fact that I'm doing stuff on YouTube and I'm already at 74 after like 1 to 2 years of serious content is impressive by my standards anyway. Let us head toward the next Koroks seat, which I believe is somewhere over here. It's something I don't pay attention to too often, but I do think about it every once in a while. Just because it's nice to be able to look back and say, oh, I can't believe I'm making progress. I've linked my YouTube channel to Twitch, right? I believe I have them linked both ways, Eru. I think on my main YouTube channel, there is a button that'll take you to Twitch. And on my Twitch channel, there's a button that takes me, that should take you to YouTube. There will be a panel in the About Me section. If the panel doesn't work, the link tree will. I have like 2 different ways to get to it. You can also use my Discord to get to it, because I have that under content resources. I pretty much have all the links there for that. It's kind of one big, tangled web, but that's kind of how you've personally used the Discord. Mm-hmm. I realize it's not the most vibrant place in the world, but I hope it's at least easy to navigate. I'm always looking for feedback about, the features I'm offering everybody through Discord or elsewhere. I don't want to be that person who lives in their own headspace all day. I hate echo chambers. I want people to know that they can, address their grievances with me, either here or in private, and all that other fun stuff. And could you add a chat for chatting in your Discord? I do. It's the roundtable hold. I guess I could clean up the labeling, but the roundtable hold is just for general chat. I think some of the chat channels have descriptions for what they're for. You're fine, Eru. No problem. Let me go back to YouTube for a second. You're into The Sims and he isn't? Ooh. My sibling is into The Sims, kinda, sort of. I'm really not all that much. I'll play it. I don't hate The Sims. I'll play it, but I'm definitely not the largest fan of the 20 expansion pack content model. I feel much better if I'm not paying $400 to play my game, but I think the Koroks seed's somewhere over here. Yeah, I see it. There's a rock. There's a rock right here. I should probably clean up the titles. Or the channel titles in the Discord. It's nice for things to be Elden Ring themed, but I do think it is starting to confuse people. Do I have a suggestions channel? Yes, I do. Let me pull up my Discord so I can point you in the right place. I do believe I have a suggestions channel. I feel like 90% confident in my answer. I just want to make sure I'm not steering you wrong. Yes, it is called, I actually have 2 suggestion channels. Let me type those out for you. And I've those should be searchable. Game suggestions is the name of that channel, and content suggestions is the other one. I just so people are aware, they're suggestions. Feel free to put them there. If I think it's worth bringing up for vote, we'll vote on it. If it's more like a game suggestion, I can add it to the list of votes and stuff. Otherwise, I'm free to I'm free to take or leave them. But I think everybody knows what a suggestion channel is for. I'm just trying to make sure the expectations are appropriately set. That's all. Let me make sure I'm not missing out on YouTube chat, if anything. What about vice versa, HBK? Is your, I would assume brother, but I'm not 100% sure. Pronouns and designations for relations are not quite the same thing these days. But does your sibling is your sibling into games that you could care less about? Trying to think of for me, what that would look like. Games that my sibling is into and I could care less about. 7 Days to Die. They play that game with friends. Sometimes they're on comms about it with other friends, as a matter of fact. All part of the same tabletop group, too. PUBG is probably an example of a game I could care less about, but in that instance, neither my sibling nor I actually really care about it. This is another one of those shrines that's underneath something, isn't it? Oh, it's tied to a quest, actually. I take that back. So it would be a bird in the mountains. I thought I swore I could have grabbed it. Maybe I didn't, though. Elden Ring is kind of overrated for my taste. That's fair. That's certainly fair. Yeah, and especially, you know, I have a Twitch associate by the name of Reaver of Bone. He's very much the same way. He doesn't like difficult games like that. He enjoys watching them, but not playing them. You kind of just have to be a little bit of a masochist if you want to enjoy Elden Ring. And I would say there are, if you want to spice up your Elden Ring experience, there are like a couple different ways to go about it. I was an Elden Ring Reforged challenge runner. And Reforged is a mod pack or a mod like a solitary mod for Elden Ring that changes like 30,000 different things between the base game and the DLC together. I did challenge runs in that, and Elden Ring Reforged is a lot of fun, but it is a technical game. If you aren't willing to put up with heightened difficulty, you will not have a bunch of fun. It's not ascended levels of difficulty or anything. Elden Ring The Ascension is like a Kaizo type mod that increases the spawns like dramatically and makes them all HP sponges. Reforged is not like this, but it is no less a technical game. The other one that I think is technical and is more accessible to challenge running is the Convergence. It's mostly a magic-oriented overhaul, but there's plenty of other stuff in there too. Both are great for modifying the Elden Ring experience. Yeah, you have no problem watching it, but playing it is kind of not my thing. That's fair. Elden Ring looks really good. I agree. The cell shading is nice. Not cell shading, it's stylized. There may or may not be cell shading, but at the very least, the stylized graphics do look nice, and a potato can kind of run it okay. Let me go back to YouTube a second. He likes Fortnite and you don't? Fair. Fortnite's sounds like a fun game and all. It really does. Lots of people enjoy it. I'm just not a fan of shooters in games like that, and especially in shooters where you're constantly being constrained more and more as you play in the map. I definitely hello, Sir Guardian. I'm gonna make a save just in case, but we don't have the necessary quest to deal with the shrine yet. I'm pretty sure we're missing it. Do you play any instruments, brother? Nope. My family has like a somewhat of a musical bone in it. I don't. I can't sing, I can't dance, I can't play any music. I could probably learn. And the instrument I'd be most likely to learn would probably be a piano or keyboards, but it's just not my style. It's not something I care to do. Elden Ring, would you have a Glock 9? There is a gun mod. I believe it's similar to Bloodborne, though, where it's like, yeah, there's a gun. It can also parry things, which is quite uncommon in Elden Ring. You can't usually parry things except more or less manually. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to like entertain 4 different strings of thought at once. Game but with gun mod is a fun idea. It does get old after like the 30th game to have a mod that says game but with gun. The meme is funnier than the actual concept, the actual mod concept, the modded concept. What about you, Eru? Switching like gears for a split second. Do you play any instruments? And then moving to your last sentence, do you play any modded Zelda games, though? No, not particularly. The closest I would ever come to that would be, you know, Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. The Legend of Zelda, Gun in the Wild. Yes, I can see it now. Link with a sword and a shotgun on his back and a sniper rifle in his, like, magic sack somewhere that he can pull out. Hunting wildlife like nobody else's business. Real funny. Yeah, heck yeah, 10 out of 10 game. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of talking and not enough doing things in the game, which is totally my bad, by the way. If you want to see modded Zelda games, though, feel free to vote in the voting on content section. We have a long-term vote item in there, and some of the, it's plural choice, by the way, so select all that apply. There are options for Breath of the Wild plus either Dark Army, Resurrection, or Second Wind. And I think the instructions in that channel should say more, along with a little bit of clarification at the end. Make sure you read everything before you vote. But yeah, if you want to see that stuff, go ahead and then put in the votes. You play keyboard once in a while? Cool. My dad plays keyboard sometimes, and he has a guitar somewhere, like lying around somewhere. I mean, it's country fiddling, but at least that's a little bit of a musical bone, right? Switching over to YouTube, you agree that's why you don't like it? Fair. In the voting on content, no. So let me pull it up so I can guide you through it, and then we'll find a way to keep things moving. Because I'm a chatterbox and could chat all day. I don't even need a game to do that. So if you look under voting on content, it's the only channel in the voting category. If you scroll to where it says long-term item, what would you like to see after the next Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild? There will be a list of options, and I have 2 technical 10 option polls. You just you click on the reactions. There isn't like a write in your own or anything, but there is an option for streamer's choice. Yeah, there's like a whole chunk of text in here. I know it's a novel, but there's always a novel to read when you want to vote on things. What can I say? It's kind of just how voting is. You have to write some rules, or people are like, but I voted on X. I wanted feet pics. Give me feet pics. That was the vote. Why didn't I get the content of my vote? I'm like, well, if you just look at the reactions, you can see what people actually voted for, and it definitely wasn't feet pics. I definitely am not going to post feet pics, by the way. Just, the feet pics were the example. There's a meme on YouTube about that. Meme on YouTube. I'm trying to remember. Conversations are bleeding together. I assume the meme on YouTube is in regard to Fortnite. Let me know if I've, like, crossed wires somewhere. Um, there's also a shorter term voting. There's also a shorter term voting option as well, and that's just to determine the next region we're going to. So if you want to see Va Rudanya next, that's one option. If you want to see the Akala Ancient Tech Lab, that's another option. I think those are the only... No, I have a third one, and I'm forgetting what it... Oh, it's Eventide Isle. That's right. Eventide Isle. If you guys want to see that, that's the other thing I've got voted on. I've got as an option to vote on, because Eventide Isle is going to be its own thing. It's legitimately quite difficult for Breath of the Wild Legend of Zelda standards. Moving back to YouTube, your grandpa played guitar, banjo, and harmonica. Wow, impressive. Grandpa ever make any money off of that music out of curiosity, or is it just something he did? If and you don't mind my asking, well, my dad and his dad before him, so my grandpa, didn't really play for money. I have an uncle who, at the time that he was traveling around, had the voice of a snowlark. He traveled around and sang quite a bit. He made quite a bit of money. It's like it's why I can say there are musical bones in my family. There are. It's just I don't have the ability. It was never nurtured in me. It was nurtured in my sibling, but my sibling rejected it after a while. So the musical bones end with my sibling and I, for better or worse. No, Link has a gun. Okay, gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for clarifying, HBK. Yeah, there probably are a lot of memes. There certainly should be memes about Link plus gun. I bet you could probably Google, find 20 videos on YouTube on that alone, in various formats, I might add. Okay, what am I doing? I am trying to figure out this quest, and I could have swore that it's probably a shrine quest. Yeah, I'm looking in the wrong place. Molly and Rito Village told you a story about the lone cedar tree on the Hebran Mountains. Once upon a time, my grandpa stopped at a big tree while he was climbing a big mountain and looked below him to the northwest. No, just a hobby? Makes sense. That's totally fine. I was just curious. Sometimes when people, have musical relatives, they actually did some traveling around and either made money or got some fame. In my uncle's case, I could say he got a bit of both. Although you wouldn't know it if you looked at him now. Because he definitely doesn't have that kind of voice anymore. He can still sing pretty well, though, given that he's almost 80. Which is impressive. You got to go see in another life, brother? Very well, Eru. Thank you so much for stopping by, friend. Much appreciated. Have a good rest of your day. And if I see you, great. If not, I'll see you next time. Take care of yourself. And goodbye, my lovely senator. Peace. Definitely peace. No, thank you, HBK. So there's supposed to be a lone cedar tree. And the question is where the cedar tree is supposed to be. Let me scroll back here. Right, the map is gonna point me to that. Is gonna point me to the quest, but isn't gonna tell me where this tree is. I have to figure that out for myself. Maybe it's supposed to be a lone tree, so is it over here? This looks like a lone cedar tree. Grandpa was a preacher too. Ooh, I assume it's for a Christian church What denomination, if you don't mind my asking? I am a non-denominational Christian, like just by design, based on how I live my life. But I have been schooled in both Methodist and Baptist teaching. I've also been at least through one session in an Episcopal and Presbyterian church for senior project, and even an African American church as part of a. Sorry, that's a little bit insensitive. I just forget the denomination it actually was. That's all, but the majority African American churches are really quite a hoot. If you've never been to one or like listened to a recording, you should, because if there's any group of people that are not any group of people, but if there's any collection of people that espouse praises and sing and dance and really get involved in the church service, it's exactly the people in the majority African American churches. It's impressive. I wish I had that level of energy with my own faith. I don't, sadly, but my own perspective will have to do, unfortunately. But it was a joy to listen to them. Which is why I try to have a zest for life. Like, their zest for life rubbed off on me in my senior year. Senior year of high school, that is. They kind of helped push me toward being, more grateful to life. More grateful that I'm still alive and to actually, see and have value in it. Because when everyone is seeing and having value in their life, it's... How do I word this? And I'm pretty sure this is our lone tree. So let's try to work toward it. United Baptist? Gotcha. The Baptist church is usually filled with good people. There are the church-going crowds. You know what I'm talking about. The people who are just there to look good for a photo op or something, and they're not really there to engage in the church service. Don't get me wrong, there are multiple reasons to church go, and I'm certainly not here to, he who hath not sinned, cast the first stone. I'm certainly not going to do that. But you can tell who is being genuine, and you can tell who is being fake if you're there long enough. And the people that are there being fake make me sad. Because you could just as easily be the non-religious, totally secular, completely fine person that you are, speaking in, hypotheticals, of course, and, contribute towards something you actually believe in. And that would be perfectly fine. The need to attend church specifically to make good appearances is fake. It's very fake. I don't like it. Different strokes for different folks, and as long as the people who are faking with the church going don't actively hurt the church or hurt the interests of the church, then really that's that person's business. There is a wolf. Man, am I good at these headshots or what? I have been getting really good at these lately. Okay, so there is a... Really? It's a bush? It's a bush. Wow. Wow, I am just... Sorry, I shouldn't be glazing myself so hard, but I can't help it. I do quite enjoy a good headshot. It's hard to do right, and normally I suck at these in other shooter. See, I just went and gave myself a bunch of praise, and then I mucked it up. So, justice. so true. I don't want, my word is not gospel. That's the other thing I want to just say is that I'm talking on my own perspective. I did a whole senior project on this about practices as it relates to the Christian faith. I had to go in front of a panel of judges and everything at my local high school, and I had to give like a 30 or 15-minute presentation. Yeah, it was like a 15-minute presentation on the subject. I'm certainly not more informed than someone who's lived the church experience for a long, long time, but I do have perspective, at least. The thing that I spotted amongst, noting what did the Presbyterians do differently from, the Episcopalians or the Baptists was the amount of people who were just being performative, who said all the right things, but you could sort of tell if you squinted hard enough. You're like, well, you're saying one thing, but you seem to, your body language seems to indicate you're enjoying some other, either something contrarian or something that doesn't quite line up with what the church or the book are saying. So, are you or aren't you like all in on Christianity? And it's okay not to be. That's the other thing I want to make really clear. It's okay not to be. It's okay to go on a religious and spiritual journey and say, you know what? Religion ain't for me, and I'm not sure there's anything beyond this life. It's okay to say, yeah, this life that I've lived on Earth, this is it. This is all I have, and I better bloody make it count. That's totally fine. Sorry, thinking a bit before I just, continually spout off other things. Yeah, Yeah, I understand that, HBK, and thank you. It's nice to have a kindred spirit in that. Something that is getting to be quite rare in these dark times. But I want to make very clear, if you're going to be speaking on things that are deep or sensitive, you really have to make sure you put out a lot of disclaimers about things, or people might take your messaging the wrong way. And when I say you, I don't mean actually you. I mean like I'm speaking to a collective you, the audience you. It's really important that you come across as though you're not attacking someone else for just trying to live their life, and they may or may not have all the facts, or they may or may not be, interpreting things a certain way, blah, blah, blah. You want to make sure you're not causing people to go into a defensive posture when you're talking about subjects of a serious gravitas, like people who are just church going versus people who are actually involved and care about the contents of church service. If you're not careful, you can definitely attack people. And you can even unwittingly attack people, I should say. I'm looking up the tree for this quest because I do not. First, I've never done it, and I'm not really sure where in the Hebran landscape this tree is supposed to be. It would help if I could spell. Just gotta figure out where on the map it is. Thank you, HBK. Much appreciated. Nope, that's just gonna tell me... It's not telling me where the tree is. Oh, it's on the snow shelf? Okay. So it is there. All right, let's look around on the snow shelf then. What I will probably do is try to look around for that tree even during the break. And, you know, hopefully I'll stop before, you know, finding it. You are a ice breath. Yeah, wow, nice job, Coin. Get a bunch of headshots, mess up everything else. Yuck. I will shill about like I'll shill about the Patreon and coffee and stuff after the break, because I'm not gonna have enough time to go over. I'm not gonna have enough time to go over everything. That's what you were saying? You didn't mean any offense? No. HBK, you're totally fine. You're fine. I feel like you and I are getting our wires crossed over being gracious to each other. We're both agreeing with each other, and we're both trying to clarify that we're agreeing with each other. That could be quite the vicious loop. Please no. I'm glad that we both agree. No problem, No problem, HBK. Not at all. I hope that we've cleared up the discrepancy. Otherwise, we're going to be circling each other like a pair of birds, trying to clarify that we already agree 15 separate times. Don't think we want that. Okay, so according to my phone, it's like over... Okay, I think I know where it is. In which case, I'll just stop and we can see it together. You love the Hebran region? I love it too. It's very pretty. I quite enjoy the mountains. I quite enjoy them. They make for great pictures. I'll chat at you after the break. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I'm going to do some bookkeeping first, and then I will go back and read comments, and we'll pick up on conversation from there. So, I've talked about the free, easy ways to support the channel and help it grow. Of course, I'm appreciative for the subscriptions on YouTube and the follows on Twitch, and that is more than enough. Just being here, even if you don't do either of those two things, is more than enough. But if you want to support the channel in a more direct manner than just following and subscribing, I'll talk to you a little bit about what you can do and what those benefits packages are for you. First, if you're on Twitch, I recommend a tier 1 subscription. For $6 a month, you get to cut out all the ads that would interrupt your entertainment. You get double quantity on channel points. You get, let me get this out of my way here. You get increased priority queue on multiplayer games. You get double votes, so your votes count twice in the Discord, and all that other fun stuff. This is the only place where A, it's democratic, and B, you can buy your votes. So make of that what you will. Outside of that, you also get 5 fresh emotes for your trouble that stay with you as long as you're subscribed. Definitely consider that package. It also gives Bezos the least amount of bucks possible, so that's an added bonus. There are plenty of other avenues available, of course, but the tier 1 subscription is the best one, in my opinion. For you guys on YouTube, I recommend Patreon or Coffee. You can get most of the same benefits for $2 instead of $6. And honestly, if I could charge $2 on Twitch, I would. I absolutely would. And I wouldn't lose a wink of sleep over it. But that's not how things shake out. And for, for Patreon and Coffee, I do also have some semi-exclusive content that I will eventually get back to making content for. Promise. I've just been swamped, among other things. It's not been easy to make content lately. I've got a lot of different things on my plate, but I promise I'll make it all work. You've got my word on that. I think that's gonna about do it. All that stuff is in the About Me section on Twitch and on YouTube. If you click the link tree in the description, there should be a dozen different, or like 7 different buttons you can press. Just click on any one of them and, play around with that. Because Patreon and Coffee for you guys on YouTube is how you would close the gap on your benefits. The only thing you don't get is like removal of ads or anything. I'm not a YouTube partner, so I can't really offer anything substantial in that regard. Help me get to 4,000 watch hours some number, or 100, I think it's 100,000 watch hours and 4,000 subscribers. I'd have to double check YouTube partner, but we got a long way to go. I would like to reach that goal eventually, but it's gonna take time and effort on my part mostly. Anyway, I think that's enough of shilling. Let me go make sure I haven't missed anything in the YouTube comments or in the YouTube chat room. Right, we were talking about the Hebran region earlier. Yeah, it's very photogenic. The Tundra is, like, my favorite. Outside of, like, the ocean. I quite enjoy ocean scenery, but, the Hebran Tundra kind of puts the ocean to shame. At least in my opinion. And the desert is, like, behind those two. What can I say? I'm not a wide fan. I'm not a wide fan? What's a wide fan, Coin? I'm not a big fan of Death Mountain. It's got a pretty good view, don't get me wrong, but it's not the same as the fresh, cold, white snow and the blades of grass. It's just not the same. So I think our cedar tree is like over here. We do also have our wildlife here, which may or may not be a problem. Is this one a ice breath? It is ice breath. Good. You just gotta mind the guardian. The guardians do have a detection radius, so if you're not careful, you will absolutely get clowned on by them. Where is it? I thought I just spotted it. Dang it. Your favorite divine beast is Varuda? Mine is too. Mine is too. Va Meadow was like a close second, and we lost all those materials. Cool. Could be worse, I suppose. Okay, I thought it was over here. Maybe it's not. Hold on. I think that pin was telling me where the shrine's gonna be. Like, look, there's a bunch of rocks right here where the shrine is. But that is not the same as the cedar tree. The cedar tree is what I'm looking for. Give me just a second, because I gotta go reconfirm the location for this thing. Here's a question I can ask. What quest in a video game, or like what activity did you do in a video game that took you a really long time to do? We're talking like months or weeks. For me, that was it was defeating Dark Eater Midir in Dark Souls 3. Took me a long time. It took me like 160 some odd deaths against him before I finally got him down for my first time. And then after that, I think I whittled it down to like 5 or 6 deaths to Dark Eater Midir using dark spells only, which is quite the feat, I gotta say. That is definitely... Yeah, it's these pictures are of the shrine, not of the cedar tree. I guess I just have to look. I have to look for the article. Northwest from the tree, Link sees the top of the barren snow shelf, which resembles that of a bird. Let's see. So I'm reading the description on Zelda.net, and if I look at this, yeah, it does kind of resemble a bird. So, like, what? This up here would be, like, the top of the snow shelf? You love fighting the lizards? Ah, the Lizalfos. Yeah, they're not a bad fight. I prefer the moblins myself. You know, as far as, like, non-fulfilling trash fights are concerned, yeah. I would definitely say moblins are my preference. But between Hinoxes or Lynels, give me Lynels. Even though they're harder, I quite enjoy the challenge. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. Hashtag not sponsored by Pepsi and not sponsored by Cheerwine. It's just a favorite beverage of mine. Koroks seeds in this game? Yeah, no doubt. Especially if you're doing them organically, unlike myself. because there are like 900 of these suckers, and sometimes it's just pick up a rock in a random place, or you see that like trio of apple trees, make them look the same, you see that like triplet or five quintet of fence posts. Yeah, take a horse with no indicator at all and jump over all of them in succession. Yeah, the Koroks seeds, I like the idea of the Koroks seeds, but I do not like the execution of them. I think there could have been fewer of them if they were more involved, and if there were bloody indicators on the map. Okay, you're giving me a text description game, but I'm really not vibing with the text description. I need a picture. And I'm wanting the cedar tree, not the... Yeah, I'm wanting the cedar tree, not this. Okay, I guess we have to go kind of thumbing around on the snow shelf for this. You love the elemental ones? Elemental... Let me go back to the chat here in case I'm like... The elemental Lizalfos, so the fire and ice breath Lizalfos, would that be correct? Is that because they're easy to defeat? You know, you just use an opposite elemental arrow to get rid of them. Maybe like something like this? Nope. Nope. Yeah, I scared him off. That's fine. Well, I'm getting a little bit heated. I'm gonna take out my frustrations on a guardian. We're gonna move from there. I'm gonna show you guys how I deal with these. I do have to be a tad quiet while I'm doing it, though. Or this guardian can... Oh, never mind. Hello, Sir Guardian. That is a little bit too late. Three parries takes them out. It's pretty nice. Oh, yep, that's not good. Lionel's shield broke. Let's get a different one stat. Thank you for your participation, Sir Guardian. Yeah, that's totally fair. Hey, I like easy to defeat enemies too. I'm in that weird, camp where I like easy to defeat enemies, but at the same time, because I've spent so long as a, Soulsborne player, I've literally spent a decade playing Soulsborne games. That's Dark Souls, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Elden Ring, all of those games. I've spent so long playing stuff like that I don't mind a challenge either, and I actually quite enjoy a challenge as long as I can eventually come out on top. Or I eventually understand. If it's like a reflexes thing, I remain frustrated though. I do have like a limit on when something is when I enjoy a challenge versus okay, the challenge is frustrating now. I want to do something else. Okay, so I'm thinking about what the bird or what the chicklet was more or less saying. So I'm thinking about where a lone tree might be. Maybe it's this one? I might just have to, like, mute my mic a second while I watch a video. That might be what needs to happen. But let's see if we can avoid that fate. Because I think what we're looking for is like a, I think what we're looking at. Nice job. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm just thinking about this. I feel like I'm supposed to be looking for a cave again, and it's just not where I'm just not finding the where I'm supposed to be exactly. Because this would kind of be like a lone tree. I'm looking for like a single one of these. Is this supposed to be our bird? I'm trying to think of any description I possibly can to make sense of what all the guides are saying. But I'm not, I'm just, something isn't jiving with me. I remember this taking a long time for my sibling to figure out. Yeah, I guess this really isn't a lone tree, huh? Okay. Give me just a second, guys. I'm gonna have to go look up a video. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quickly, like, be right back. And when we return, I should have a solution. I am going to play a small ad for people on Twitch while I do this. And I will see you after around 30 to 45 seconds. Let's try that again. Sorry about that, folks. So, there is a... We need to go all the way down here. So what I'm going to do is... And we're going to go up, we're going to go down to go up to go down again. It's going to look strange. when I'm doing this, but it'll make sense once we do it. Promise. So sorry about that. Here's a question I could ask, folks. When was the last time you had to look something up in a game? Or maybe even just, you know, something like putting together a couch or a chair or something. When was the last time you had to say, hold up, let me go look at the instruction manual for more details? I mean, obviously for me, it was right this second, but, I think the last time I had to actually sincerely look something up for this game, or not this game, but like in general, not counting this Let's Play, was I had to look stuff up for Skill Rising, as a matter of fact. That was the previous game we streamed on this channel, was Skill Rising, which is a game that is an alternate interpretation of the French Revolution. It's a Souls-like game. It's not a Soulsborne. It's not from FromSoft, but it's in the same style as a FromSoft game. And before that was Liza P. I had to look up all kinds of stuff for Steel Rising because I didn't want to just play the game, because it was an alternate interpretation of not an alternate interpretation, but like kind of like an alternate timeline France. It's one of those weird things where at the end of the day, I just didn't want people getting their history lessons from video games. I wanted people to actually be able to get the real deal about the French Revolution. So I came up with a whole bevy of links, a whole bunch of articles that I put together, or that I found online that were creditable and real, and pointed people to information about the French Revolution and who the major players were and everything. Okay, I know you're over there. Come on. Stop. You guys are trying to, like, fight over a head here. Not long ago for Tears of the Kingdom, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. And thank you for your latitude, HBK. I felt like that was definitely more like 2 minutes rather than 30 seconds on my part, but not much you can do if you're having to, like, wait for a video to load and everything. Yeah, I can imagine Tears of the Kingdom had a lot of stuff that you needed to look up. There are just straight up more effects in Tears of the Kingdom, and instead of 900 Koroks seeds, there are 1,000 of them, split between 3 different maps, which is just yikes. That is awful. Absolutely, like, hog wild. Why is there glinting? Oh, yes, that arrow was just kind of blowing around. Okay. Yeah, it's just awful. If we do play Tears of the Kingdom, which I'll have to go check my votes on, last time I looked at the votes for the game we're going to play after Breath of the Wild, so far it's like it's a tie for Tears of the Kingdom, and I kind of have to be the tiebreaker. But if people want to see Tears of the Kingdom, well, I'm going to have to put up with 1,000 Koroks worth of grief, and I'm not going to like it. Like at all. What's under here? Ore. I won't say no to ore. One of my favorite activities in this game when I'm not paragliding is mining. There's just something about having a sledgehammer in my hand and collecting a whole bunch of gemstones that just soothes me in a way that few other things in life actually do for whatever reason. No, Yep, that was a bad time to walk into that. Everyone and their mother wants me dead. Jesus. For the love of God. What did you end up having to look into for Tears of the Kingdom? It's not confirmed that I'll be playing Tears of the Kingdom, by the way, so if it's like not a spoiler, you should be fine. Just maybe issue a warning if it is a spoiler. That's all I'm asking. Well, like, minor spoilers is not really something to worry about here. Because this isn't... I'm typically not the channel that's doing, like, you know, going, like, first-time playthroughs. I'm definitely more of the live walkthrough, let's play type experience. Although, somehow, Alexandri, a guy on YouTube I watch, does, like, all of those things together. It's, like, really cool, but also really strange. Hello. Yeah, I'm gonna just take you out if that's all right. All right, so there's the old cedar tree. I'm gonna make a save up here. Okay, and it's supposed to be in the snow shelf, so what I'm imagining is we climb this tree. Climb the tree, look for something that kind of looks like a bird. Yeah, I can see it. It's like, let me see, can I angle this in such a way that you guys can kind of see it? Yeah, I can. Okay. Hang on. I'm gonna whip out the fancy OBS pointer. It's right... It's almost right where the pointer is. It's right, it's that little orange dot. That's an orange-y looking dot. That's like right there at the tip of the red pointer on the screen. Gonna leave that up for like an extra 5 seconds. In case people are like watching this on a delay. Where to find something you needed? Maybe I can help you. What are you looking for? Link, I would really appreciate that when I press the X button, you open the paraglider. It's not supposed to be hard, buckaroo. Right over there. We have extra stamina as well, so we can probably make this flight just fine. As long as the shinies down there don't distract me. Yeah, I see it. There's a cave. So we were able to see it because there's a cave underneath here. Right there. I was up here roaming around, and I just never thought to look at this weird... I never thought to look at the rock shelving. That's my fault. Please tell me this is a blessing shrine. It probably isn't, knowing this game. Because why would it be? Oh, right. I know what... I looked up what the shrine is. I should remember what it was. It's a combat shrine. And it's a major test of strength, because of course it would be. Well, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people, this is where I have to say... Let's see, do I have the command on YouTube or a similar command? Let me find out for you. I don't. But it should spit it out on the screen as soon as I put it here on Twitch. So I'm going to be quiet and concentrate for a minute while I am fighting the Guardian. You've already done it, but thanks for the offer. No problem. I was just making sure that if you needed to find something or you needed to ask a question, you had the floor for that. That's all. But yeah, this is kind of like a involved fight. Is it Lionel levels of involved? No, but I do need to make sure I don't die. So I'll see you guys after this fight. Too slow. There we go. That's really how you defeat these things, is through flurry rushing. This guy should start going into the... Yep, I thought so. And very much in the I'm gonna shoot you dead phase. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay. Let me make sure I've not missed too much in Twitch or YouTube. Looks like nothing on the Twitch side today. Favorite shrine is the first one. So, I assume the first one is the Shrine of Resurrection. You mean that? I don't know if you exactly mean that one, because everyone has a different first shrine. But I believe the first one is technically Magnesis. So I take it it's Magnesis then. Is that your favorite one? Okay, we got... Oh, I wish I could take them. Unfortunately, I don't think I can. Although maybe we could, like, drop the Tri-Boomerang? Yeah. And then, what else could we get rid of, maybe? It'd probably be... I actually probably want the Flame Spear for different purposes. If I drop it and pick it up... Yeah, it's 20. Alright, I know what we're keeping then. Sadness. I definitely wanted, I definitely want more weapon slots. I'm greedy like that. I always want more. If weapons are a finite thing, I always want to have more of them. Diamond. Nice. Give me my goodies. What I came here for, monk. Yes, yes. Give me the spirit orb. We've seen this song and dance like a number of times. And now we can get back to doing the really tedious thing in this game. Koroks seeds. We have half of them, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. We have half of them. I just want to point that out. We have half of them, which is so nice. That almost looked like my mother's number on my cell phone. No, the Magnesis Shrine? Gotcha. While it is my first shrine as well, I just kind of don't resist where the game is pointing me. My favorite of the, technically, you could do any of them first shrines is the Cryonis Shrine. I quite enjoy it. Followed shortly by Stasis. And not because the Stasis Shrine itself, although the puzzles are interesting. Make sure. Yeah, I've already got that Koroks seed. So it's the one over... It looks like it's the one over here. I like the Stasis Shrine because it's a constant source of... I see you, Frost Pebblets. I see you over there. I guess we could do something like this. One and two. I like it for the source of sledgehammers. That's what I was trying to say. I like the free sledgehammers. Of course, it diminishes once I get, like, the house in Hateno, right? Because you get, like, 2 free sledgehammers. But every Blood Moon, there's just a free sledgehammer sitting in the Stasis Shrine for you to take. It's not that much of a trek to get it either. So I quite enjoy the resource advantage of the Stasis Shrine. And if you know where to look, then getting the woodcutter's axe isn't too far off either. We're gonna swap this back over to the royal bow now. Let's not go around wasting precious resources. We definitely want our fire starters while we're here in the lands of Hebra. Like up here. I hope everyone's been enjoying the gameplay and commentary today. I like to think we've actually had a relatively good episode. There's no, nice. There hasn't been a whole bunch of political talk to, like, drag the mood down. Again, not that talking about serious things isn't important, just they can drag the mood down on an otherwise fantastic day. Because it's very easy to fall into cycles of not having any hope, right? But it's nice to meet people and talk about favorite things or the things that actually interest us. Or, you know, probably the real reason people click on the stream is what do we like about the video game we're playing or watching. Okay, and I know they're blinking in and out here. Your brother likes the Stasis Shrine too? Okay, that's cool. For the same reason, I take it? Or for a different one? Well, sorry, I shouldn't use same and different. That's too contextually dependent. Does your brother like the Stasis Shrine because of the free sledgehammers? Or does he like it for the puzzles? Effing you don't mind my asking. Next one is up here across the mountain. I'm gonna wait to use Rito. I'm gonna wait to use Rivali's Gale until we're a little closer to the mountainside. And at some point, I think We're slowly becoming due on when we need to go farm more arrows. Hold on. Gotta go and read this. Not till today. I'm having a little difficulty parsing that sentence. Would you mind retyping that, please? Just so I kind of, I don't lose you somewhere along the way. That's all, HBK. And I think once we find a shrine, we'll try to go back to the village, and turn in our spirit orbs and get some more stamina. Because, we're pretty close to capping out our last... Pretty close? Same. Okay. The same reason. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Good. Thank you for clarifying that. Now, this one's like over here-ish. Let me just double check the positioning on my map and everything. Good evening, afternoon. How are you doing over there? Hey there, Klebus. Good to see you again. Glad to have you back. Hope you enjoy your stay. We're doing fine. No politics to bring down the mood today. I've got a nice cup of soda, or nice can of soda, I should say. And we're talking about everyone's, like, activities they enjoy doing, or things that our siblings have in common, etc., etc. It's a good time. If you guys don't know Klebus over on Twitch, please go check him out. Let me also make sure that the chat is not having issues. If you guys don't know who Klebus is, please go check him out. He works super hard on his content. His streams are relaxing. And he plays a lot of Fortnite, if I understand correctly. There we go. That took a second. Apparently, Twitch chat is having some issues, so please let me know if the Twitch chat is having issues for anyone else. Currently play Fortnite, but after this season, you're taking a long break? I hear you. Any particular reason for the break, if and you don't mind my asking, Mr. Klebus? Is it just wanting to play something else, or, you know, has Fortnite done something to make you quite upset, like a patch or balancing update? Just out of curiosity. Switching back over to YouTube. Puzzles? Okay. You did not sub till today, HBK? Then thank you for your subscription. And also, apparently, I was supposed to have had a timer or a notice alert me to this on OBS, and it did not let me know, which is unfortunate. But thank you so much for your YouTube subscription. Welcome into the senatorial body, good sir, and or ma'am. Moving back over to Twitch, just wanting to get off Fortnite. Understandable. Nothing else really. Okay. What other sorts of plans do you have for streaming then, if and you don't mind my asking? Are you planning on staying within like the realm of shooters, like first-person shooters? Are you gonna just do something else unrelated altogether? Merely curious. HBK on YouTube says, can I ask you a question? Sure. I mean, you can. I get what you mean. Yeah, you've asked the question already. What's your favorite soda? Mine is RC. I am glad you asked. I can totally go to the recording scene for a second here. And switch. And I can show you guys. Ta-da! This is my favorite stuff right here. It's a nice, cool, refreshing cherry soda called Cheerwine. It's extra carbonated though, so if you have kidney issues, then don't drink it. But because it's got about 200% additional carbonation compared to most sodas. But the cherry flavor is out of this world. Cherry Fanta has nothing on this. Although Cherry Fanta is not bad. Cherry Fanta is not bad. I don't want to disparage other sodas. Just nothing quite like a nice, not too cherry, not like vibrant cherry, but not dark cherry either. Because once you like cross a certain flavor threshold, you leave the realm of cherry and enter the realm of dark cherry. So yeah. Let me switch back over here. Let's see. Moving over to Twitch again. Your girlfriend is also coming, so much less streaming. Understandable. Waiting on the whole like visa application process, right? But trying to focus more on story games. Ooh, that means like RPGs and stuff. That's awesome. That's in my wheelhouse. Are we thinking about more are we thinking more in terms of like say Elden Ring or Dark Souls, like that type of RPG, or something a little more traditional? Death Stranding 2 new trailer is absolute cinema. I will have to go look it up. Maybe when the hour gets ready to like strike, I can look that up during break and share perhaps my own thoughts on the matter. Because while Death Stranding is not really quite my cup of tea, I don't know much about the game to say, well, I like it, don't like it, and so on. Never played the original. So that's something I will totally do. It's a 10-minute trailer. Well, okay, so I'll have to skim the highlights because 3 minutes is not long enough to look at a 10-minute trailer. But hey, I'll at least skim the highlights so that I can have some kind of an opinion. Maybe I'll look. Do you know if it's like just like a reveal trailer, or does it have gameplay in it? Because if it's got gameplay, I'll try to lock in on that. If it's just like a story trailer, well, I'll watch what I can. Moving back over to YouTube, and then I'll keep things moving. You're welcome. No problem. Thank you, HBK. Cool. You like cherry Coke? I don't mind cherry Coke. I don't mind cherry Coke. It's like I'll take it if there's not any Cheerwine around. But it's definitely got like a more brackish taste because Coke to me just kind of tastes very it's very acrid. It's very acidic. No surprise, Coke is an acidic beverage. But there's not really quite enough cherry, and it's moreover just Coke with cherry syrup. That's kind of what cherry Coke tastes like to me. And that's to say nothing of the diet cherry, which you might find like a rare product of it circling around. This was before the advent of aspartame being a cancer agent. And the zero sugar cherry is those just aren't quite the same flavor. If you're gonna drink soda, don't skimp, because artificial sugar tends to like get real screwy with you if you drink whole bunches of it. Even something like what is it? Erythritol. There we go. It's an alcohol-based sugar. That messes up with your capillaries. I mean, soda messes you up, period, but erythritol specifically tends to form bubbles in your bloodstream, or it has the tendency to form bubbles in your bloodstream, and it can like sit there and clog the capillary. That's not good. That's not good. You want to avoid that. That's just based on some studies that have happened toward the end of last year / the beginning of this year. I suspect. Here's the hope that the new health secretary, Mr. Robert, Kennedy Jr., is going to keep that part of the R&D in business. But that's about as political as I want to get today. I would like to avoid that subject if at all possible, because Sunday did not put me in a good place, mentally speaking. I would like to preserve my mental health today. Moving back over to Twitch, just more traditional story games. Ooh, sounds like fun. I look forward to seeing what you pick, Klebus, for story games. I'm going to have to keep my ear out. I'm really going to have to keep my ear out because I'm waiting with bated breath. It has a bit of gameplay. Okay, I'll try to find it and lock in on that then. Going back to HBK. Fair enough. Thanks for your opinion. Thank you for allowing me to express it in the form of answering your question. You're welcome. Sorry, I get, I'm embarrassed. I don't like getting this giddy over my own opinions. It's not the opinion itself, it's just, you know, anytime you talk about yourself, there tends to be at least a little bit of natural embarrassment. Okay, I'm wanting to go... I am headed the wrong direction, actually. It's down here, I'm pretty sure. In about a minute, there'll be the advertising alert, and then in about... Sir Octorok, would you care to do something else? Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. If I know I've already said it before, but I'm gonna say it again because I mean it. Streaming for me is as much about being a mental health hobby as it is, you know, the traditional things people might stream for, which is, you know, either as a hobby or, you know, in some people's case, make money, right? Make money, be a celebrity, be a star. All that other fun stuff. I'm thankful for the company today. You guys have really helped put on a good show with me. I like to think of the Twitch channel and the YouTube channel as not strictly being mine alone. It belongs to my audience, my lovely senators and inductees too. You guys help make the bits just by asking questions and participating in chat. But even if you're not, even if you're lurking, that's totally fine too. After all, it's my job to entertain. I am the driver in the front seat of the bus. But it's always nice to have other people on stage too, helping out. I think there's a beauty. I think there's beauty in that, of not just treating your channel as like your own mouthpiece, so to speak. Next, Koroks seeds over in this area, so that's where we'll be going next. Thank you, HBK. Appreciate the sentiment. I realize that maybe is kind of a weird way to look at your YouTube channels, because, like, you know, it's not, or like any channel in general, because it's like the one who looks at the engagement and algorithmic data is me, the channel owner. In YouTube's case, you know, my sibling is also my editor, so if there's like an issue with, you know, stream schedules that need to be moved around, or like a, you know, like a text description on something that needs to be changed, my sibling will help out with small things like that. But generally speaking, the one that looks at the algorithmic data is me. So I know that ultimately I'm the one that makes the final decisions, and I'm the one that's responsible. But I like to think while we're actually streaming and having fun and having a good time, you guys are almost co-streaming with me. Almost. There's no what do I sometimes help out with? Speak of speak of the director and they will appear. Greetings, Mr. Darcy. Welcome back to the stream. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're well in health and in spirit. I hope you enjoy your stay. I've got about 2 minutes before the timer automates. I'm gonna be quick. I was just commenting on the fact that you have an editor role on my YouTube channel. So if you modify things like descriptions or occasionally change the time that a stream is scheduled to start, you help me with that sort of thing. And also other stuff too. Those are just the things that I can kind of like publicly acknowledge. That's all. But how are things going in your section of the world? I'll probably not be able to really reply to it until after, 4:03 p.m. because that's when the advertisements roll out. But nice to see you too. Thanks. You're all right? Just lazing and playing Animal Crossing? Nice. And yeah, small admin tasks occasionally. That's really what Mr. Darcy is here for. You're mostly a mod and a sounding board for Twitch. Yeah, YouTube, Mr. Darcy takes like a really light touch on. It's the content is mine. The most that they do is like change descriptions or do overhead for me. That's really about it. Okay, I'm gonna park it right here while we wait for 4 p.m. to strike, because I don't want to get cut off by my own adverts. So I will see you guys as soon as we're rolling through. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. So, nice thing about, this latter portion of the stream is that we don't have any shilling to worry about. I do that during the first half, so we don't have to do that on the second half, because I know shilling gets boring. I know people understand that I have to do it, but that doesn't mean that doesn't mean you like it. It just means you're understanding, of which I am thankful for. I just want to try to, find some balance where I say the minimal things I need to say, and then not say more than that. Let me make sure I've caught up on messages here before moving onward. Mostly because you don't know the ins and outs of the YouTube algorithm. That's fair. You don't want to F up your flow. I mean, I don't really follow the YouTube algorithm, or I'd be playing Fortnite right now, because that is what gets attention, is shooters. Welcome back. Are you only collecting Koroks this stream, or are you doing quests too? Glad you asked. We just finished the Bird in the Mountain quest, where we found the shrine underneath the, in a cave here. We have done... What else have we done? We already did that one. We'll be knocking out shrines in addition to other stuff too today. It's just kind of like doing things as we find them in this general area, if that makes any sense. That way, by the time we know whether or not, we're doing Eventide Isle, or we're doing Akala, or wherever, we're not missing a terrible amount. In other news, Mr. Darcy, we finally hit 450 Koroks. We're at 454 right now total. So we're halfway through, which is really amazing. I feel pretty good about that. Not gonna lie. Let's go ahead and make a save because I haven't done so in a while. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything on YouTube, and then we'll keep moving. Because we're making good progress today. I'd like it to stay that way. No, we thank you streaming for us. Aw, thank you, HBK. Much appreciated. I want to make sure we're not going into the trope of, I love you more. No, I love you more. The back and forth, because that can create a spiral on its own. But it's nice to know that there's some, give and take, where I don't view the channel as expressly mine all the time, but people recognize that I'm still the one that has to make decisions. So there's a nice tension there, and I'm glad people... Hello. I'm glad people are sort of kindred spirits in that regard with me. Hell yeah, moving back over to Twitch. We're halfway there. Yeah, I'm probably call out when we're 3/4 of the way there as well, because I think that's also a nice milestone. What am I trying to look for? What I'm actually wanting to do is there are 2 Koroks in this general area. Okay, we want to head down. That's what my issue was. We might as well knock out these Ice Breath Lizalthos. Farming enemies or fighting enemies hasn't really been all that exceptionally challenging today. The most challenging thing was a major test of strength, and even then, it was one that we had done some other time before, like yesterday. So everything in the game is kind of becoming a case of, do I remember what to do here? If so, cool. I can't really screw it up. The time where I suspect that will probably change is Eventide Isle, because this game loves to reset you with your inventory and says, yeah, but can you do it again? Not my favorite thing in a video game, but I mean, it's a challenge. Okay, so we want to head... There's something under here? just based on what looking at the map without clicking on anything, we've been diving into a lot of, watery caverns today. And yesterday. I'm willing to bet we can just use our flame spear here. There we go. I believe it's pronounced Eventide. Ah. See, I call it Eventide, but maybe it is Eventide. Let me look at the map again. I'm pretty sure it should say. Nope, that is not correct. Oh, it might not say. I take that back. It might not say at all, actually. Yeah, it's referring to, like, individual things. You don't get this name, you don't get the name of that island until you talk to a local in Lurelin Village, if I remember correctly. Well, we got what we came here for, so let's head up here to this group of trees. That's where the next one is. And then we can head toward the outer bits of the shelf. And maybe take off the Rito clothes for at least a small amount of time. We'll have to see. I'll try to remember to pronounce it Eventide. Also, real smart, Link. Stand in the pile of leaves you're lighting on fire. In his defense, I did try standing in the water, but the flame hitbox was in the water when I did that, so the fire went out just as quickly as I put it on. I had to stand in the pile of leaves to light it up. Yucky. At least we were in a hot spring. At least we were in a hot spring, so that HP damage wasn't permanent or anything. That's always nice. The only other place where there's hot springs in this game, as far as I remember, is Elden Mountain. Like, the Elden Mountain range has some hot springs. The hot springs are like a classic Goron trope. It's how I know. And also, I've played this game before. Nice, nice. I love that for me. I can't believe I ran out of stamina. Alright, fine. You want to make me use Rivali's Gale? I will. And I'll be happy about it. Is this a... Yeah, this is looking like a fairy lights situation. I'm getting better at these. Still not going to go without a map on them, though. They're that annoying. Alright, next up, we're gonna head all the way down here, because there is a Koroks seed, and there's a cook pot, actually, if I can believe my map. We're gonna just, like, figure out the correct facing. This here is like a giant fort. You can zoom in a fair amount on Breath of the Wild maps. Like, the topographical maps are pretty detailed. Also, I can see where the seed is. It's literally a ring of rocks. If you see strange structures with, like, a lot of, like, crisscrossing, like, blotches that you can see through, good chance it's probably a fort. And, sometimes you can see enemy camps that have skulls. Like, they reside inside of the skull rocks. Let me make sure I'm not missing chat here. You've lit yourself on fire too, dude? No worries? Mr. Darcy and I were just kind of having a bit about it. That's all. No big deal. It's over here. We can't stay in this land of snow and ice forever. We do eventually have to, like, move back down to warmer pastures. But Hebra has been fun so far. There are 4 named hot springs in the Eldin region and many unnamed as well. There are 3 named hot springs in Hebra and a few isolated hot springs in West Necluda. Okay, yeah, I that makes sense. I was forgetting something. Did you know that if you put bird eggs in hot spring waters, they become boiled eggs? Ooh, that might be worth a try. We can head back up to the Gotham's secret hot spring in just a moment and test that. That'll be fun. We can get a few boiled eggs for our trouble. We have 87 of them. We can burn a few. Nice. Thanks, game. I love it when you blow wind randomly. Cool. Oh, please. Let me get in undetected. Nice. There's also Sherfin's secret hot spring or Sternita secret hot spring. Interesting. I am definitely gonna have to switch it up to a different weapon because I don't want to waste our fire starter on this. No, shh. It's okay. You heard nothing. You heard nothing, Sir Moblin. Go back to bed. I guess we have to move, like, very carefully. I hope that dude's not gonna take to, like, constantly being awake and asleep all at once. Dang it. Okay, let's be careful. Oof. We are running out of food options, ladies and gentlemen. Nice. Excellent. Great. Might have to use our bow here. Your brother and I have made boiled eggs? You mean in, let me make sure I've, you mean in the game, with the hot springs, right? You gonna come down here or not? Yes, I definitely got put in face, and I paid for it. What? What the heck? Wow. Hunting game? Fine. Fighting monsters? Suddenly I'm a much worse shot. Okay. This is gonna take my concentration for like a minute. Yes, definitely because I'm dying. To say the least. Run. I might die here. Nope, not today. This isn't a boss, but it is a boss-like situation. Hold on. I'm not out of it just yet. All right. I mean, we're not out of it yet. There's a moblin out there, or a bokoblin, excuse me. But okay, that's kindly calmed down. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to make food once we get done processing the fort and everything. Let's check. Yes, for in-game. Okay, makes sense. Thank you for clarification on that, HBK. Much appreciated. Get out of there, Scoobs. Oinks! But you know what? This is what I got to say about all of those chaps back there at the fortification.
Another one bites the dust.
The Sherfin Hot Spring is between Hebran North Summit and West Summit, and there's a cooking pot nearby and 3 luminous stone deposits. I believe we flew past the luminous stone deposits. As for the cook pot, I can literally see it. It's right here. Thank you for pointing it out, though, Mr. Darcy. Much appreciated. I'll take a royal bow. Thank you very much. Now, what else do we have? That it? That everything? I think that's everything. So now, let's claim the spoils of our victory. I said, let's claim the spoils of my victory today. I wanted to break boxes, not, I wanted to break 2 boxes at once, not this. I guess I could do... Sure, we can use a sledgehammer for this, it's fine. Frozen bass. That's 1 cold fish. Eating it won't restore many hearts, but it will lower your body temperature a bit. Cool. Oh, also, yeah, that's not gonna break by itself. That wasn't the cook pot you were talking about? Oh, you meant there's one next to the spring. And you said it was between the Hebran North Summit and the West Summit. So here's the North Summit. This would be the West Summit. This would be the hot spring you're talking about. And there's probably a cook pot somewhere in this area. Sure. I guess let's get what we came here for. Because it's not like we're going to be in duress anytime soon. Let's get the Koroks seed we came for, and then we can get out of here. And we'll cook at the hot spring. And I'll keep this knight's bow on hand for things like puzzles. And we still actually have all of our weapons. Surprisingly, we ended up having to use our bow a lot that time, for better or for worse. I believe so. You don't gotta go to that one, just pointing it out because you could also cook your food in addition to making the boiled egg. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we might as well showcase multiple things at once, / do multiple things at once. That said, I am gonna mark this cook pot in case we need it. Now let's get up there, because that's where the Korok seed is this ring of rocks. And it better not make us do like weird shenanigans getting rocks up here. There's the rock. Nice. Really nice. This one's not too difficult. That is... Wow, that is grossly misaligned, but somehow correct. I guess I'll thank the game devs for being relaxed about that. Okay, so we're back over here, and the best way to get to the West Summit is to go to the, it's probably going to be the, major test of strength over here. And we're going to have to, like, go around, climb out. Because I do want to showcase the boiling of eggs. I knew you could cook your food on an open flame. I didn't know you could cook it in a hot spring. Is the egg the only thing that works with Mr. Darcy? Or are there other things that work besides boiled eggs? Switching back to YouTube, HBK says, not stirring up nothing. That's fine. Have you ever watched a stream where the streamer asked for advice and then they get mad you gave the advice? Yeah. Do you mean like legit mad, or do you mean like mad for a bit? Because there are lots of streamers who get mad for a bit. There are fewer of them where the streamer gets legit mad for advice. Typically, those end up on, speedrun fails, or, they end up on speedrun fails, or they end up in YouTube clips, or something along those lines. I, like, watch the VODs for that sort of thing, but I don't generally, I'm not generally around on stream for when, stuff like that gets twisted. The boiled egg thing is in reference to the cultural experience in Japan, where boiling eggs in hot springs is super common, especially in onsens. Let me make sure you're not doing all the work, Mr. Darcy. I have to look up what that last word is. Man, I'm learning things today, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. They are hot springs and bathing facilities. Okay. Makes sense. I thought the onsen would have just been the facility, like a bathhouse. Okay. So it is the spring bathhouse. Thank you. And, you believe boiled eggs are the only food that works that way? I guess we'll try it out. You're probably right, though. Sometimes there are also an inn where you can stay a night. An inn and a hot spring? Sign me up. Okay, maybe not a hot spring, though. I feel like I wouldn't adapt real well. Definitely a hot tub, though. If I could have, like, a hot tub, along with a night stay somewhere nice, I'd take it in a heartbeat. I better take this one where the headshot is, like, clearer. Legit mad because you got kicked out of one because of it? Oh, so when we're talking about streams, I also should have definitely used a sledgehammer for that. That's an oops on my part. A lot of times on stream, you know, streamers will ask a question, but they're not really looking for an answer. And this isn't to belittle anyone's intelligence or anything. This is what happens when you don't clearly indicate a rhetorical question, and why rhetorical questions are they're not delivered real well on stream a lot of times. If you don't clearly indicate that something is not a real question, many people will actually answer it regardless, and they could get in trouble. Now, the problem on the streamer's end is getting mad at people for misinterpreting a clearly mixed signal. Let me ask you, if you don't mind, HBK, did the streamer, did they try to make it clear that it was a rhetorical question, or did they ask, like, for real, I want an answer to this thing, and then they got mad at you about it? Throwing people out for, well, I want to be careful about saying what I'm thinking of saying, because social situations are complicated. Very complicated. It's hard to know why exactly someone gets thrown out for misunderstanding. Hopefully it wasn't permanent. Although these days, usually people get thrown out of streams for misunderstandings. It's like a ban, so usually it is permanent, and that kind of stinks, but such is the way of the internet. Yep. Moving back over to Twitch here. A lot of times, onsens will have small private hot springs attached to your personal room. Oh, if you want more privacy or aren't into being naked around people, that's awesome. That is fantastic. So let's find this cook pot, shall we? It's like, we can at least test out the hot spring, the boiling an egg in a hot spring, though. That can happen. Hold one and throw it in. Do we need to take a picture? No, but if I don't pick it up. Hard-boiled egg. A bird egg boiled using water from naturally occurring hot springs. It's popular among children and is easy to make. It is. It is hard to get in real life. It is hard to get a good boiled egg, though. Because people will overboil the egg quite commonly, or they will not boil it all the way through, which is less common, I find. Man, those are some stinky, hard to eat, relatively speaking, boiled eggs. I hate that stuff. Typically, when I boil eggs, I cook them for 15. Make sure I put the I boil the water. I then add in the eggs once it starts boiling. I give it maybe 2 to 3 minutes on boil. Then I let the eggs sit in hot water for 15 minutes. And then I put them into an ice bath and let them soak for 15 minutes. Perfect eggs every time. No, nice yolk without it being hard and green looking. You don't want green yolk with your fried eggs. And the reason it's green is because eggs have sulfur in them. Because what you're eating is DNA. And guess what DNA has? Disulfide bonds. And when you denature a sulfide bond, what you get is free sulfur. Or like, the sulfur will start bonding with other things and it gets very stinky. Just yuck. It's also good for people who can't go to public bathhouses because of tattoos. Oh, goodness. A lot of places that will treat you like you're a criminal or Yakuza. Oh, that's not fun. So I guess don't have tattoos if you're in Japan. Or cover them up at the very least. Well, I suppose that wouldn't really work in a bathhouse, so never mind. For me, you put the eggs in the pot, fill it with water, bring to a boil, then after a minute, remove from heat, cover with lid, let sit for 15 minutes, and then peel in cold water. Yeah, the critical key thing is the eggs sit and boil slowly in hot water for 15 minutes. You don't want to like boil the eggs for more on high heat vigorously for more than like 2 minutes, or you get green yellow yolks, and those are not fun to eat. Even if you enjoy that sort of thing in a boiled egg, you're at the very least getting gas later, and that's like also an unfun experience. At least me personally. We're gonna boil a few of these, just a few. I'll probably just boil like 10 or so boiled eggs. Yeah, I like hard boiled, but not sulfur. I legit don't know how. I think I have an idea, why my dad likes hard boiled eggs like that. The answer I get is always the same. It's always, we just grew up eating them like that. And I'm like, well, okay, cool. You grew up eating them like that. That doesn't mean they're good. That doesn't mean they're great to eat. Head scratcher. Real head scratcher. And here's the thing. It's not like I just found that out on my own, right? Food Network, pretty much most of the instructions for boiled eggs are somewhere between 9 and 15 minutes. You want to let them soak in for 9 to 15 minutes. All recipes, most of the recipes there when you're trying to boil an egg, they often recommend about 12 to 15 minutes. So there's like a range, right? Depending on how you like your yolk. But most of the time, it's at least 15. You want to let it sit and boil slowly in hot water for 15 minutes. So the yolks have they're done, but they're not overdone. Who's going to tell him that he doesn't have to live that way? I've tried. That's the weird, that's like the kicker, is that I've tried to say it, but they're not going to take it from me. I probably need to look at a map here for this. Okay, so the cook pot is like south a bit. Yeah, there it is. It's right here. We just have to light it up, and that's pretty easy to do. We've got a nice flaming stick for just such a purpose. Now, here comes the fun part, because I've done my homework. So, if you guys want to follow along with the recipe book, or you want to just know the strength of ingredients, for you guys on Twitch, if you type in !BOTW INGINFO, I think that should be the command. Let's make sure. Measure twice, cut once. Yeah, !BOTW INGINFO. That's Breath of the Wild ingredient information. That's what the command stands for. You get 2 links. You get one to the recipe book, and you get one to the ingredient metadata information. These are 2 Google Sheets that have been prepared that people have spent time curating, and that's pretty much what I use. It's also memory light. So while there are actually recipe calculators out there, which is totally fine, recipe calculators and OBS don't mix super well. I've tried. So I used just the manual spreadsheet and go from there. I'm going to pull that out, by the way, without getting the... Sorry, when you're trying to pull docs out of OBS, sometimes there are issues doing it. I should be able to zoom this out a bit. There we go. Yes. So now I can just look at the whole recipe at once. But I will often switch between various tabs in my OBS docs so I can quickly reference information. It's how I do it. And the more involved the widget is that goes in the OBS doc, the more memory it takes, and the worse it is for me. Which is why, even though I really appreciate all of the extra advanced tools that Mr. Darcy has helped look up for us before, or that NK Plays has given us, like the coordinate map. So you just unsub to the channel. Don't need the hassle just to watch streams. That's fine. That's totally up to you, HBK. I appreciate you coming along and watching regardless, though. Moving back to the recipe book, or like the recipe guide that I have here, how do we want to start? I guess let's make some let's make some like hot food. And how do we want to start that? We've been collecting a lot of meat, so I think I can actually probably show this off now. Because the meat dishes do have quite a few specializations, although I think the most varied ones by far are vegetables and seafood. Let's see. Everyone should pretty much know about the spicy meat and seafood fry, so I'm going to skip that one. We're going to... Sorry, just looking over my possibilities here. I'm thinking about how much fresh milk I have. I guess we can make some stew. Sure, let's make some stew. That's going to be milk, wheat, butter, meat. These are like... The stews aren't very good for, or the meat dishes aren't very good for effects. These are mostly for restoring hearts. And if I'm not careful, I'll accidentally make vegetable instead. Let's do it just like this. Spicy gourmet meat stew. Yum. What else? We can't make any curry. We don't have the necessary final ingredient I'm trying not to spoil. Although you can easily spoil yourselves by looking at the recipe checklist. Let's make some creamy meat soup. Which I guess would be a meat chowder, wouldn't it? That's going to be milk, salt, meat, and some vegetable. Which I guess we could throw in 2 peppers on this. Sure. Oh, okay. I wasn't going to say anything. You were talking about the channel that you got kicked off of. Okay, good. Glad the understanding has been cleared up. Sorry. Out of curiosity, HBK, I'm trying to think of how I want to ask this. I'm pretty sure I have low latency turned on, but are things happening on the screen at the same time, or is there some kind of latency for you? I just want to make sure if I know I'm speaking to you 5 minutes out, that I know I should go back 5 minutes in time to make sure I don't like misinterpret stuff. That's all. Moving back over to Twitch. Soup is broth, stew has milk, chowder has cream. Gotcha. Thanks for the clarification, Mr. Darcy. I want some chowder like no one's business. But I have to settle for vegetable beef soup tonight. Not that vegetable beef soup is bad or anything. It's quite fine. But what I wouldn't give for a hot beef chowder right now. It's raining out, or it's like it's been overcast all day. So it's been raining quite a bit, off and on. Let's see. Glazed meat? Nope. I want, Here's a cheap one we can make, and we can crank it up with a few effects. Some rice, some meat, and some peppers. I probably want like 5 or 6 total like heat resistance items. How is that low level cold? I don't know why I'm saying heat resistance. It's cold resistance. I guess you know, meat dishes, you're trading out the effect for like more health, right? So we'll probably have to make some vegetable dishes.
When you know the thing about chaos, it's beer.
After you finish cooking, shield surf off either the north or west summit for as long as you can. Sure, absolutely. I'll do that. We might be cooking for a bit though. Definitely might take us a second to get finished. Okay. Meat stuffed pumpkins. I have a pumpkin. I guess we could do. Well, there's just one problem, and that problem is pumpkin already has an effect on it. You're fine. Thank you for clarification, HBK. Much appreciated. I'm always trying to do my best to, you know, make sure I'm accommodating to everybody, right? It's why I ask so many questions for like, did we mean this? Did we mean that? I'm not trying to belittle anybody. Just looking for more detail. I remember an exchange in a World of Warcraft raid team at the time. Back when I used to do that for a for like a serious hobby. One night after we were done in Mists of Pandaria, there was this dude. He was our enhancement shaman at the time, and he was a DPS. And one of the things he said that struck me as like really odd at the time, and I was maybe 21-ish, 21, 22, something like that, was, you know what really annoys me? These are his words. He's like, I'll say something and I'll be like, did you mean this? Which I guess is supposed to be like, what? The complaint would be mansplaining something. I think that's how the jargon typically goes. And like, no, I'm asking for clarification to make sure I know what you mean, because I don't know what you mean sometimes. Oh, and he blew up after that. There was a lot more to that conversation, but that was kind of one of the last lead ups before I went my own separate ways with my own, you know, team of raid mates and everything. Sorry, I'm getting lost in story mode when I should be cooking. So I'm going to cook for just a second. What else do we want? I guess we could use a meat skewer. Sure. Meat skewers are probably like the easiest thing to make. I did not mean to eat raw meat. Gross. I don't recommend it, folks. I don't recommend eating raw meat. Oh, I know. I'm not making meat skewers. I'm making I'm making peppered steak. That's what's going on. Oof. Meat skewers, I think, are just a health item. Let's find out. Yup. And then if I manage to make 4 different meats, we'll use 2 drumsticks for this. You actually get not just any meat skewer, you get a copious meat skewer. Yum. I do like beef kebab or meat kebabs on a separate note, but obviously all these do is give you they give you health. If you actually want like an effect, you do have to attach one on. Let's throw in a sunshroom, sure. Making all this food is making me hungry in real life. Okay. First off, here's something that's quite neat, but also unfortunate. This is clarified in Tears of the Kingdom, by the way. There is no such thing as a mid-level cold or heat resistance. You only have low or high. So anytime you see this mid-level stuff in the description, it's actually a high-level resistance for whatever reason. It's just that it's kind of an artifact or something left over that never got cleaned up in the final product. And it had to have been of such low priority that they didn't actually bother patching it out either. Strange, I know. We have lots of meat. We might as well use it. Okay, so how much high-level cold resistance do we actually have? 1. Just 1. Okay, we need to change that. We need a couple of high-impact cold resist foods. So it's time to pull out the greens. And that means making rice balls, which is just one of these. Me too. You love meat kebabs? Okay, I am messing up the recipe. I'm definitely messing up the recipe because you can't put peppers in rice balls. That doesn't work. Oof. Well, treat this stream as what not to do as well, more than anything else. I think I have to, like, make specific dishes, probably, or I'm just not combining them in the right amounts. Oh, I know what I could do. Something like this. I've had beef. I specifically have had beef skewers before. They're pretty good. I tend to have my meat skewers from like buffet places more than anything. Especially where you can get the teriyaki meat skewers. Good stuff. I would eat that stuff all day. The bacon wrapped ones even more so. I'm not always a bacon enthusiast, but I do love bacon wrapped meat skewers. I don't subscribe to everything being better with bacon, but I do subscribe to bacon being good with things. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. That's making me want meat skewers. I should stop talking about food before things get out of hand, huh? Let's see. Think we could. Can we make a... That's fried egg and rice, but are we limited to that? Is the question I need to know. Spicy fried egg and rice. No, I'm not. Good. Okay, let's sift everything over. I think I've got enough cold resistance food. We should be okay, as long as we're not in the tallest reaches of the mountains and everything. Your uncle made them for you once? Go back. Meat kebabs? Did you like? Well, obviously you did, because you wouldn't have said otherwise. Were they just ordinary meat kebabs, or was there something interesting about them? It's okay if they were ordinary meat kebabs, for the record. We're going to make some rice balls here. That'll be the most consistent thing I can make. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna work. You don't want multiple rice in a rice ball. That's really not gonna work. And you had them at a restaurant? Ah. And yes. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously having the meat skewers made is special enough. But were they like spiced meat kebabs? Did they have vegetables on them? I'm merely curious, I guess is what I'm driving at. I want a few haste buffs for climbing mountains and stuff. If people are wondering what I'm driving at by making the kind of food that I'm making. Let's also make some heart-healthy food too. Yum. Let's see. What we can do is throw in some meat and some radishes. Heart-healthy food. And it's not just, you know, meat and vegetable skewers all the time. Although that is the easiest thing you could probably make in this game. They were ordinary. I mean, hey, there's nothing wrong with simple. I enjoy a good simple meat skewer. But they were good. That's the important part. I don't want people to get confused by my curiosity. I'm just merely asking, like, how memorable were they? But, if it tasted good, that's really the most important thing. Could you combine the hardy radishes and bass together if you have the fish? I probably have not hardy bass. I don't have the bass. I could use blue shell snails though. Let's see. If I were to use blue shell snail, make sure not missing up. Yeah, they had spices and did have vegetables. Oh, even better. Yeah, I enjoy a good balanced meat and vegetable skewer. I've had those a few times at my house. Dad and I would, and sometimes even my stepmother would get involved in making the skewers. Good stuff. Mushrooms, celery, tomatoes, and nice cooked skirt steak. Awesome stuff. Okay, so getting back to the request, or back to the tiny request, I should say. I guess I could do some. I want to be careful about this. It can't be pie. Oh my god, I'm not gonna even attempt to embarrass myself. I'm having to look at this. I guess it would go under other seafood specialties. I'm thinking of how I would mix these two things. Yeah, I'm thinking about how I would mix these two things together. I guess it would be under the... I'd have to use it in a dish with 3 ingredients. Sure. So that would be butter, the blue shell snails, and you don't have to use them, you were just curious. Regular hardy radish. Let's see what happens. I hope it's not a mistake. Good. We did, in fact, make a dish. It's actually very hard to make a mistake in this game. You'd have to, like, I don't know. I guess I can, like, try to pull off what a mistake is. First, other things I could demonstrate while we're here. You could cook wood. A dish gone awry after adding the wrong ingredient. Chewing your way through this won't be fun, but it will fill you up when you're between a rock and a hard place. I'm kidding. That didn't require a standing ovation whatsoever. Let's see. I think if I combine some wood with just any old thing, that probably gets a mistake. Never mind. I think it has to be, it might have to be like a completed food item. No, it can't be a completed food item because you can't hold those. Let me try this. It is actually very hard to make a mistake. There we go. Yep, you try to cook food out of elixir parts and you get dubious food. Although I don't know if it's a mistake necessarily. It's too gross to even look at. A bizarre smell issues forth from this heap. Eating it won't hurt you though, probably. Okay, I'm gonna put this back into the OBS stock, and I'll read the rest of the comments or rest of the statements from you guys after we come back from the commercial break, because it's 4:59, and I maybe have got less than a minute before the ad break rolls over. Then I'll just kind of hold position for now. See you guys then. sorry about that, folks. I am back. Make sure I'll read up on messages here, and then we could continue. Had them in a Chinese restaurant with your brother. All you'll say about food? Promise? Oh, no worries. I mean, food is as entertaining a conversation as anything. So thank you for that. And LOL, good pun. I try. Thank you. I try, but I know my puns or anything that's not like on a script or is like heavily scripted is definitely a laugh at it moment. Not so much a laugh with it moment. At least for me. You don't have to use them. You were just curious. I think I already read that on Twitch. And you could cook a hearty dirty. Let's try that again. A hearty durian, 2 hearty radishes, and a hearty blue shell snail, and a hearty salmon. Okay. I only have one of those, and I have exactly one of those. Sure. Hearty seafood skewer. Yeah, at some point you stop cooking recipes and you start just stacking effects into food and seeing what'll happen. The natural water in this medley of seafaring creatures makes for a delicious broth. What? Seafaring creatures? Well, yeah, the blue shell and the salmon, sure, but there were more vegetables in this. Interesting. Let's make some stamina recovery items. And I think we'll be good to go as soon as we do that. Especially, I want the stamina recovery items, especially for the purposes of being able to mountain climb. Oh, also I want meat here. In general, when you're cooking food in this game, even though what I'm doing is like fairly effective, skewers and rice balls that incorporate vegetables or mushrooms are always going to be more effective in the long term because you're not muddying up the recipe with additional effects. Also, if you want extra stamina, you need to use Endura shrooms and carrots. Good idea. I'm glad you said that. Thank you, Mr. Darcy. Let's go ahead and use some of those carrots here. I think there may or may not be a recipe with carrots. Yes, there is a recipe for this. I can gladly show it. It's salt and some milk. Yep, well, we'll just grab a few of these. Am I doing it right? Yes, milk and salt. Here's something I didn't screw up there. Just throw food in to see what happens. Yeah, sometimes, you know, especially if you're not using a table. I'm using a table, right? So I'm using a table so I'm not making mistakes. If I'm forgetting or I don't have one pulled up, I will genuinely sometimes just waste food and then go back and double check the recipe. What I will say, and the game does teach this to you, is that if you ever want to see how you made a particular food item, you can select it and see its recipe. Now, in this case, the recipe for this dubious food item, we just boiled a restless cricket alive and saw the results. This rock hard food and that rock hard food are different things. If you were trying to quote unquote do this the real way without a table, here's what you would have to do. You would have to pull out the recipe card for every single item you make, write it down, put it in a table, double check for any duplicates, including like quantities of things, or like multiple quantities of things. And then, only then, could you safely rule out every recipe, because there are just lots of combinations. You have however many food ingredients are in this game and however many monster parts you have, like different types, that is, plus other stuff. Pick 5. So it's some really big number, pick 5. And there are a lot of different ways to pick out of a really large pool. There are lots of different ways to pick out of a really large pool for 5 items. The number is like huge. You could, if I knew the exact number, you could use the binomial expansion coefficients to figure that out, which has a really nice, easy formula, but I don't want to bore people with math. Let's not bore people with math. We're going to... I guess we can make a... Is this... The omelets are just eggs, right? Nope, it's a whole bunch of stuff, because of course it is. Let's use some Endura shrooms, some salt, and some rice. That's not very effective. This will be like the last food item we will make. We've spent long enough, you know, being out here making food, and elixirs for that matter. Although we have not made a single elixir. So, I have a request for small in-game action, and that is, after I finish cooking, shield surf off either the north or west summit, for as long as humanly possible. So we're gonna go do that, because that'll be some nice entertainment value, and I'll probably even throw on a movement speed thing to go a little bit faster with that, just for fun, because we do have shrines that'll get us back to what we were trying to do. The stream does not have a truly definitive time today. I will go as long as necessary until we've finished out the Tabanthan Tundra. I will take as many breaks as necessary to make that happen, including a bigger dinner break if need be. And I'll probably, like, I don't know, I'll have to throw up a timer for that or something. Make a timer. Not 100% sure. Moving back to YouTube, I was so glad when your brother got the Masterworks book for this game. It has all the recipes inside for you. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's definitely very nice. It's nice to not have to, like, guess at recipes. Don't get me wrong, the cooking process is fun, if a bit basic, but I mean, eventually you do want to just stop guessing at ingredients, because they've made a really large ingredient pool for a feature that is quite simple when you get down to it. It's always how much health followed by what effect. You mix multiple effects, you get none of them. Or I think you'll get the strongest one. I'll demonstrate that at a later point, because we just spent a long time in a cook pot. But, I'm pretty sure if you mix a whole bunch of food effects, you get nothing. I'm like, 80% confident in that answer. Nice. Ooh, is this secret climbing tech? I think this might be somewhat secret climbing tech. Nah, never mind. It works on, like, low slopes. It doesn't work anywhere else. All right, we're here at the North Summit. Want to make sure we've got a nice good shield ready for this. Trying to figure out what direction I want to slide down. Let's save. It's surfing time, boys. Is it surfing time or...
Too bad you're not double jointed. Because if you were, you'd be able to bend over and kiss your ass goodbye.
Are we gonna wipe out? Ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people, let's find out. No, okay. I am definitely reloading that. I want to get a nice good surf. Thankfully, the game has not overwritten the save with some other save. Maybe something like this. If I could just get my posturing.
You worthless piece of trash.
Ah. Also, my wrist hurts for some crazy reason. Yes. Let's try again. Are you serious?
It's just asinine.
I gotta reload that. I ran into the back of a rhino, and then, oh my god. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. Absolutely pathetic.
Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot.
Thank you for the channel point redemptions. If you're here on Twitch, anything in pink has an audio alert with it, an audio clip associated with it. All the 50 pointers are just press the shiny pink button. It's fun. That's what they're there for. The ones that are pink that have a higher point cost generally have something else attached to them, like me doing something or not doing something for around 5 minutes is usually what the rest of those are associated with. Feel free to mess around with them, or don't. Your channel points, your choice. Addressing YouTube, you love shield surfing up here? It's fun. There is a mini game. I do agree. Shield surfing is quite fun. There's like a mini game somewhere out here. I don't know if it's in the Tabanthan Tundra or if it's up here in the mountains somewhere. I don't remember offhand, but there is a shield surfing mini game, and it's usually a lot of fun, if a teensy tiny bit frustrating at times. I know I can get a longer surf than that. I'm gonna try this like 2 or 3 more times. I guess I can open it up to paragliding if I want a longer, sail time. But then I will obviously reload the save if I go this far away. I don't know. It's so funny, dude. Thanks, HBK. Very much appreciated. Let's... or, like, absolute whatgasm. Let's keep it going. Dang it. That's a pretty sizable distance. I bet you I could do more if we had a movement speed buff. I'm gonna eat one of those. We've rammed into just about everything though here. Rhinos, trees, wildlife, and you know, the tops of hills, which is a momentum killer. All right, we're reloading this save anyway, so we might as well use the good stuff. So that's what I'm gonna do, is use the good stuff.
This is revenge, you witch. And you ghoul.
I don't think the movement speed really affects the shield surfing that much, but it does have like some kind of effect though. Dang it! Arrgh! Okay, I definitely feel like I got farther before without the thing, because it's about the height in combination with in combination with jumping in order to like minimize dead time going up hills and things. Is movement speed, you don't have to keep going. One more time. I want to go as far as I can. This part of it's been fun. This was a nice break. I needed this. Well, I'm glad you find the you know, mishaps of shield surfing funny, HBK. All right. Yep, we've backslid, everybody.
Another one bites the dust.
Yep, we're gonna move on now. Was fun, but it was fun, but if I'm messing up like that, let's just, you know, kick things off properly, shall we? We're gonna go back to the snow shelf because that is the closest shrine to the to where we were gonna go next. Speaking of, I'm pretty sure that that's a raft. We've gotten a lot of those. Yeah, we're sort of making our way around the edges of, you know, Hebra. Most fun you've had in a stream in a long time. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, HBK. I'm definitely not perfect or anything, but I appreciate that some people find my brand of humor and engagement entertaining. That's made my day. Thank you. I definitely aspire to be more like Markiplier in some respects. You know, I want to be able to engage in witticism. I want to be able to make people laugh, you know, off the cuff. I wish I could do that. I can't really do that, is the problem. I just don't, my humor is not well suited for that. I'm figuring out, I think it's up here. Yeah, we want to head this way. My humor is not especially well suited to just off the cuff humorous remarks. I'd have to like train for that, which I could do. That is the kind of thing you can train for, but takes time, and no matter how much training you have on something like that, you never really get better at it without practice. And it's being able to make people laugh is as much an art as it is a science. It's as much an art as it is a science. Because if it were a science, everyone would basically know how to do everything from having good relationships to ending up in marriages. I have heard a number of married people say the secret to their success is making each other laugh. That even though they might scream at one another, they might yell at one another, at the end of the day, they still manage to make people laugh. Now, obviously, that's with the counterpoint of, if it's an abusive marriage, well, certainly don't stick around. But, I've had people from all walks of life, when I've asked them what the secret to their success is, that's what I've heard them say a lot, is humor. Humor keeps them, like, glued together, when other things would maybe not do so much. All cool, dude, you've done it, no puns meant. Thank you, HBK, much appreciated. Sorry, itchy ear. Ugh. I would like to be able to do many more months and years of this, because it's good for my mental health. I like interacting with you guys. Not only because, you know, I want to make other people laugh, but you guys make me laugh and smile and feel things. And that's generally a good recipe for mental health, is just finding some nice balance between being able to express yourself and, you know, absorbing the presence of other people's feelings. There's a nice balance in that. Something that's kind of hard to describe, at least for me. I'm not a psychologist. I don't really have the correct tool, and specifically, I'm not a clinical therapist. I don't really quite have the right tools to be able to describe what I'm talking about. Ah, so that's what's up here. Cool. Speaking of, like, tools, I have something going on my streaming computer. And so I was hearing a lot of noises. I'm like, what the heck is that? Yeah, that's what's up. I was lurking on someone's stream today for the duration of the stream, and apparently I've moved from a quieter stream to a more bombastic one. Go ahead and eat this. One. There's like, it looks like there's like 5 of them. 3 of them? 5 of them? 3 of them. My brother makes me laugh in this game all the time. Thank you for bringing the memories of watching my brother do the same. You're welcome, HBK, anytime. Anytime. Yeah, my sibling and I would sometimes spend hours on, not necessarily this game in specific, although this was one of them, but I would often be reading things off of a website or a sheet or something, or sometimes, you know, especially with Soulsborne type games in the beginning, I would definitely say not so much now. My sibling is just as practiced at those kinds of games as I am. I would remember having to, like, pick up the remote for more difficult segments. Sometimes I would pass over the remote because my sibling sees things I don't, but I don't know if it was necessarily the most even distribution of siblings passing the controller over. I do remember those times, and they were some of the best. Truly. I am trying to make my way up here to the, is that the Sell Me Depot? I think we might actually be bumping into the minigame right here. Yeah, there's a cabin. We could just head up north. Isn't that neat? Nice. Extra nice. I have messed this up multiple times. Yeah, it's like right up here on this snow shelf. I think we're actually gonna bump into the shield surfing minigame, because I see the flagpoles. And that makes me think there's actually a shield surfing minigame up here. I've never actually done this, but I have seen my sibling do this. And it was fun watching. Hello. Shadana Shrine. Cool. I bet this is going to be a puzzle shrine, and I wonder what kind. Even though I have my map, I do want there to be some suspense. I look forward to making more memories together with all of you guys. Oh, hello. Yep, it's a puzzle shrine. Red giveaway. Usually the red is a herring. Red giveaway is a new one. All right, so what's our goal? Our goal is to... Actually, our goal may not be to anything yet. You want to kind of like, what? Oh, you want to activate this lift, right? Can I share a funny memory with you? Sure. Go right ahead, HBK. Trying to think of how I want to do this. Oh, well, also there's a metallic chest up there, so let's grab that first. Hopefully we won't have to use said chest, but no guarantees. Nice! This magic-infused greatsword was forged by... Right, we've already read this. That is a nice blade. I want it. It's like, what, a 58? Could throw away the spear. 48. Never mind. Still gonna leave the halberd there, though. Now, I doubt we can just toss this in there, right? I doubt we can do this. Roll in there. I mean, we can, but we don't get anything for doing it. I think I see what we need to kind of like do. No, don't go in there. Who said you could do that? There we go. What we need to do is kind of like time it so that we're standing over there by the time this ball rolls around. Okay, so let's figure it out then. So we want a straight shot, we want a straight path, but how? Do we, like, stack the metallic chest on top of something? I think we might need to stack the metallic chest on top of, or underneath the block. Yeah, I think that's exactly what we have to do. He blew himself up in a monster cap with a TNT barrel. It was so funny. He blew himself up in a monster cap. Or is this in a game somewhere? If so, what game? I'm sure it's a nice memory. Not all. Hello. There's also just. Why can we pull this out? What is the deal with this? Oh, I think I know what that's for now. I think I know exactly what that's for. Yeah, that's not. This isn't to like block anything off. This is so that the ball doesn't go rolling this way. Wouldn't have known if I never cracked out the magnesis rune for anything else other than the metallic block. All right. So what we need to do now is bring this up here and then stop the platform at a specific point. Let's go ahead and get stasis ready. It's not going to work. Yeah, it's going to roll over. And I have to... Wow, yeah, this is a very... not a very complicated puzzle, but it is timing sensitive. I have to pay attention. I basically need to wait for it to already be out and then drop it. This one? Okay. Cool. In the hole. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Now, can we do anything else with this? Is there a hidden chest we can... I mean, the answer is no. Like, there's no possible way we could do anything with that. Oh, thank God. I didn't want to have to redo that. Alright, Nature is making me have to answer one of her calls, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a short, be right back while I go answer that call. Mr. Darcy, if you still happen to be here, I'm gonna type a command in, and then what I want you to do is, when you hear my voice, I want you to type in this other command without the quotes. So I'll show you the command first. Okay, I'm gonna go answer Nature's call now, though. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I am back. Sorry you haven't been responding back and forth. No problem, Mr. Darcy. Not a problem at all. In that case, that probably means I'll do this myself. Un momento, per favore. There we go. One of the nice little inventions that I've made for myself when automating stream.
You have guests.
My goodness. Axel, welcome in, along with your beautiful raiders. My name is Coinstamp, but first, before I get carried away with myself, it's time for shoutouts. If you guys don't know who Axel LPS is, please go check them out. They've been streaming a lot. They're being rated, yes. How was the stream, Axel, if and you don't mind my asking? And how was your experience over there, everyone? Yes, hi, my name is Coin. It's Coinstamp, but most people call me Coin. And welcome to a Breath of the Wild stream. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We are in the process of going for the full Monty. The 100% full Let's Play. That means all the Koroks seeds, all of the inventory upgrades, most of the dialogue that I can get my hands on, and so on. I am normally an RPG streamer. I'm a variety streamer. That's usually what I do, but I have also been an on-again, off-again challenge runner for Elden Ring and the Soulsborne title games. I have done that. So I know what I know the grinding sphere of games is not just variety streaming here. Sometimes I do go on stints with challenge runs. How did the stream go, Axel? If and you don't mind my asking. Guys, Axel works super hard on her content. If you have not, followed Axel on Twitch, please do so. She deserves it, and she deserves more, honestly. I just wish I could stop by more often. Stream was nice. Let me let me reposition myself here and not have my chair do the funny thing. Thank you. You're just doing some video editing and chatting? Ooh. What kind of video? Is it a surprise? Or is it a public project? I'm curious, if and you don't mind my asking. Also, you were rated when you did a bathroom break? Ironic. Okay. This happened slightly after Mother Nature gave me one of her calls. But, yeah, it's pretty ironic. Pretty hilarious. Happens a lot in the streaming space. People will leave and go relieve themselves, and the next thing you know, they've come back to some expectant raiders. I normally stream 3 days a week. Sometimes I'll stream on weekends, but for the most part, it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I usually go for about 4 hours. We're going to go a little bit long. Well, I say a little. We're going to go quite a bit longer today. I might even have to take a dinner break. That's how long we're going to go tonight. We are in the process of wrapping up, Hebra Mountain and the Tabanthan frontier. I would like to get that done today. It probably ain't happening, though. I'm probably going to either get too hungry or too tired, and I'm going to not want to do it. But I'm going to make my best effort at it. Also, of note, since last time you were here, Axel, we have 460 Korok seeds. Which is like over half of the Korok seeds. Which is real nice. We're making strides. You were actually editing a documentary movie for college? Ooh, nice, nice. I won't ask too much because the details of those are usually a guarded secret, but it's nice to know. Yeah, funny thing was that you had 0 viewers when you started the bathroom break, and when you came back, bam, 10 people. That's how it be on Twitch sometimes. You go a while with nobody, and then the next thing you know, blammo, you have 10. Or more or less. Or more than you've ever had before. Yeah, 450. Hey there, Art Tools. Good to see you. Welcome on in from Axel's stream. Nice to have you. Hopefully everybody from Axel's stream is doing well in health and in spirit today. I hope you enjoy your stay. If you hadn't considered following on Twitch and or subscribing on YouTube, please feel free to do so. That way you don't miss the content. We won't always be playing Breath of the Wild, but Breath of the Wild is a very serious game. We will definitely be spending long hours attempting to close out the 100% because it takes some grinding. It does take a certain amount of, you know, me doing things off camera, but also you guys should be there for most of it. The stuff that actually matters. Also, please consider joining the Discord. We are voting on not only whether or not, like, when we're gonna do the next Divine Beast or where we're gonna go next, but also we're figuring out what game we would like to play next. And I like to get my audience, I like to get all of you lovely people involved in that. And the Discord is the only place where we do this, so that I can collect all of the, I could collect all the responses in one place. All right, let's head in here and probably take a break from, No, I want to put that down, thank you. This is gonna break. We're gonna not grab a torch, thank you. Well, did you have, Axel, did you have a good time editing the film and or video and everything? I hope so. Because it sounds like it was just as much for work as it was, or for college as it was for anything else. And sometimes, work and pleasure don't mix. That's probably the best way to say it. Hello, madame. Too bad I can't actually open any cupboards, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, that's wrong. I'm awfully late in the editing. Oh, hold on. I have messed up in trying to track conversations. Let me go over to YouTube here. I made it on your Discord, I think. That's cool, HBK. Thank you. The onboarding process is automatic for the Discord, and it is a community I'm looking to cultivate one heart and mind at a time. That said, there are also bonus roles that you guys can go get in the Discord as well in the roles channel. They're reaction based, so just click the reaction that makes sense to you. So for you, HBK, the bonus role will be on YouTube. There will be like a nice button for it and everything. Just click that and you'll get the YouTube notices. If you're on Twitch, then instead you'll grab the reaction for Twitch in that same channel, and you'll get the Twitch notifications as well. You're awfully late in the editing, but you de-rushed, so you're glad? Good, good. I need to be done by March 20th, and you're gonna improvise? Oh no, that's like 10 days from now. Which sounds like you've got a decent amount of time, but the way you're talking about it, Axel, makes it sound like, well, it makes it sound like there's not much time left. And you're gonna do most of the work this weekend, do you believe? That would be the 15th. Assuming you mean this weekend. That's That is a spicy choice, I have to say. Okay, Selmy seems a lot more like the I don't care kind of personality, so let me try speaking the line differently. Huh. Welcome to the middle of nowhere. Population? Us. Hey, wait a second. You hiked all this way to meet the best there ever was at shield surfing, right? Not precisely, but yeah. You'll work on it a little every evening? Good. Good. Not that you weren't doing that anyway, but always better if you're not waiting until the last minute on like projects and assignments. Something I know all too well, I'm afraid.
Oh!
Knew it. Knew it. Too bad for you that I'm retired, huh? It's been years since anyone knew me as the Duchess of Downhill. But if you don't mind a few pointers from a has-been, I'd be happy to critique your technique. Yes, please. Such enthusiasm. I haven't seen anyone with passion like that since, well, me. But I'm not just any surfer come lately. I was the best. And that means my advice isn't free. How does... is 20 rupees a session okay with you? Sure.
Ooh.
Smart choice. I always say if you're not willing to put your money where your mouth is, how serious are you really? Then let's get straight to the slopes. Follow me. Welcome to the shield surfing minigame, everybody. Do you need a rundown on how this works? Yes.
Eh?
Even though we already know. Wow, you seem serious about this. Not very surfer-like, but okay, I'll boil it down for you. Shield surfing is all about how fast you can make it to the bottom of the hill. Quick check, you do know how to surf, right? Just hold out your shield and then hop onto it mid-jump. For this course, I don't care if you stay on your shield or not. You could go so fast that you start to fly for all I care. What I suggest is starting simple with a basic course, so we could take a look at your downhill fundamentals. Straight down from here, you'll see a big bridge. You love this side quest? I get the feeling we're going to enjoy it too. Why don't you start by surfing your way there? It's a pretty no-frills course, but it'll help me get a beat on where you're at with your technique. If I dig the way you surf, I'll let you advance to the next step. But we can go down that hill when we get to it.
Ah!
I want to see you shred out there. You ready? On your mark? Oh, yep, get ready. Oh, yeah, and bumping over little hills is definitely not a good sign. You did this side quest too and loved it? I'm glad everybody is enjoying it. It seems like they're enjoying this shield surfing. You can get some pretty wicked fast times on this if I remember correctly. Does eat through shields like crazy, though.
Oi!
And time. I missed what she said. It's quite easy. I also love this. It prepares you for the desert later. Good to know. HBK on YouTube also loves this minigame. I'm willing to bet everyone in chat probably loves this minigame. You clocked in at 46 seconds and 39 milliseconds. Pretty average time, all told. I'm not too keen on letting you move on, but, well, I'll make it your call. You comfy where you are, or do you want to push ahead anyway? Do your worst. Let's put the test aside for now and just ask you straight out. What does shield surfing really mean to you? It's life! Life? It's your whole life? That's your answer? Slipping, crashing, and falling over cliffs is no kind of a life for anybody. Oh my god, I was enthusiastic and she just made me burn on the spot. I have to remember she's like a boxing coach, and answer accordingly. Trust me, I know. If that's how you see things, you're in no shape to advance yet. Sorry, but I'll have to ask you to do the basic course again. Yes, fine. Extort me 20 rupees. It's so much fun. Her dialogue, man. Trip me out. Yes, shred. I wonder if the advanced course is going to make me stick to the shield the whole time. Wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. She's like, WTF are you saying? You should have a life of your own, weirdo. And am I weird for wanting to, like, I don't know, be enthusiastic? I guess so.
Yay!
All right, let's be chill about it this time, like a real surfer would be. I'll do my worst and shrug. Are you pulling my leg? Though these days I probably answer the same way. What the heck? And it's not like, you know, you're given 3 choices or anything. Wasn't this like almost the exact same time as before? Off by about half a second, basically, Mr. Darcy. I'd probably answer the same way. Shield surfing is how we express a passion that we can't put into words. Surfing is its own meaning. Funny, I started out thinking I'd teach you a few tricks, but I ended up learning something pretty important. I think you'll be just fine on the advanced course. But don't make me regret that decision, okay? So want to hit the slope one more time? Yeah, the advanced... Do I want to do that? We've got 4 minutes? Sure. Now let's see you hang on the advanced slope. It's longer than the beginner course, but stick with it. The upside for the advanced course? Finish it and I'll give you a nice shield. How nice all depends on your time. Of course you still have to pay the instructor's fee, even on the advanced course. Still 20 rupees if you wondered. Getting stranded on a long course is no fun at all. Make sure you keep your goal in the back of your mind, okay? First, go straight under the same bridge that was your goal for the beginner's course. Once you're through there, make a sharp turn before going down a long straightaway. You should be able to see a pair of big flags marking the finish line. Head for those and you can't go wrong. If you do manage to veer too far off course, I'll just drag you back here. Okay. I guess if I'm not afraid, we can make this in time. I want to see you shred out there. You ready? On your mark, and in 3. Oh, hold on. Yep, I failed at this. Yeah, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna have to stop right here while we wait for the adverts to finish. I'll see you guys after just a few short moments.
Twisted dolly botherer.
Twisted dolly botherer. Yep. Not for a lack of effort. Did the advanced course give you guys the most trouble? You'll have to answer that, and I'll have to read it when we're done. Sorry about that, folks. We are back. Let me go ahead and read statements. Definite woof. Let's see. Oh, there's also okay, on YouTube, there's a bowling minigame as well, too. Yeah, I think it has to involve, like, giant snowballs, if I remember correctly, which I probably don't, because I've never been here, but I remember watching people play this segment, and I'm pretty sure there was a bowling minigame. Just based on that. Moving back over to Twitch, thank you for the emotes in chat, and the follows and everything else. The advanced course you didn't find all that difficult, but you imagine the controls more like you were playing Mario Kart on the Penguin level? The sherbet track or whatever it is. It made the slip make sense? Gotcha. I'll have to bear that in mind. Let's get back to slipping and surfing on the mountains, eh? Here we where exactly are we headed? I think we're headed... Well, I know we're not headed to the basin. I think we're headed somewhere else. Oh my god. This is a disaster. I think I'm generally headed in the right direction. Yeah, there's the flag posts. Okay, got it. And it is the hot spring.
Oi!
Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad. I bet the time has to be under a minute. What? You clocked in it. No. This has got to be a joke, a setup, a trap. You clocked in at 1 minute, 57 seconds, and 31 milliseconds. That's on par with my best time. You should be proud. The only other ones on that level are Rito, and they tend to cheat by flying. I'm out of things to teach you. Consider this a graduation gift. It's all yours, champ. Cool. It's easy to handle, but its core is made of wood, so it can catch fire. I can put the graduation gift in a fireplace and lose it, like, instantaneously. I'm through, thank you.
What the fuck?
Thank you for the redemption, Axel. You aren't allowed to say that word. You already did this once, but it was so funny, you're doing it again. Okay, time to put on the word and the, I'll probably have to change it because of the landscape we're in. Let me go to properties. Like that. Maybe add a stroke. I'm not going to start this until after I've got it set up the way I want it. So we've got some time. This stroke needs to be a lot thicker. Yep, I added a text and a timer. I just have to actually, like, set it. I have to, like, change the color. What do you want to change this color to? Maybe... nice and yellow? That should be readable. And as long as there isn't a text box in the bottom, I think it makes a lot of sense. Okay. Let's read the dialogue. If you get your time under 1:30, she gives you a royal shield. Sure, let's shoot for that. Shall we? I'll read the dialogue and then we'll start the timer. Sure, take a breather. Your journey to dominating the slopes has just started. You must be cold. I'll see you back to the cabin. You can warm up a bit there before you go. I don't want the in-game dialogue to mess me up on not saying the word.
Oh!
Thanks for stopping by. I look forward to seeing you beat your record the next time we meet. Which we might as well do while we're here.
Ah!
Hey there, everything okay? Okay? Okay, yes. Okay, clearly. Everything going okay? What, me? Psh, like anything ever gets me down. So what brings you out here today? Want to show me the results of all that training you've been doing? Okay. Eyes wide open. I'm sure you've been doing that. Yes. That's my boy. Which slope were you thinking of for today? The advanced one. Sure, let's just see how far your practice has gotten you. Once you've cleared the advanced course, you can earn special shields for beating certain times. How's that for incentive? Same charge as usual, 20 rupees. Let's get straight to the slopes. Okay, she's gonna start saying the same things.
Oh?
No, that's okay. So already know what you're in for. Suits me. I hate having to... Oh my god. I hate having to explain to casuals anyway. Wow. Okay, can you see? At the dawn's early light. Yes, I know. I haven't put the timer yet, Axel. All right. I think now, yes, now we're doing the explanation. Now we can start. Starting. It's all good. It's all good. We don't need to repeat any of the dialogue here. So we can start that timer now.
Aw. Ah.
So, how about that weather? What's the weather like in everyone's part of the woods? For me, it's rainy out and quite cold. It's perfect soup eating weather. My folks are having vegetable beef soup tonight. So that's what's on the docket when the stream is done. It's quite warm here. Not now, it's night, rainy, but daytime it's warm and overcast. It's lovely. Good for eating hot ramen. Yeah, I could go for... Nope, we start over. Yep, I did say it. Again. Okay. I did say it. So I am gonna have to restart every time I make that error. Let's go. Just like before, the last time you put in that challenge, Axel, it took me over 2 hours to adjust to it properly. I did not say that word once in that sentence, by the way. I just did it in the process of trying to rebuke what I said. Take that back. Do it again. Every damn time. We're headed toward the basin. That word is, in fact, the most challenging word. Agreed. Where did I say it? Where did I say it? Hold on. I said it in the process of asking for clarification. That's what just happened. Okay. Thinking through every word very carefully. Also, there is no way we're getting less than 2 minutes without a speed boost. That's not happening. That's shield surfing or not. Definitely seems like definitely seems like a speed boost is needed. Yeah, yes. Coin very much needs to speak like a Khajiit right now, or he's not getting through this challenge. That takes some serious skills. She admits. She's impressed. Take this shield and use it the next time you hit the slopes. Ooh, kite shield. There's 67 degrees. Wait a minute. What? For HBK, they say it's partly sunny where they're at. Good. And it's 67 degrees out. What temperature is it? These are things Coin just has to know. Time to whip out the handy dandy weather app. And let's Let's read its contents. It is 46 degrees where coin is. Pretty chilly if coin says so himself. Kite shield. Rito warriors cherish this shield. Its unique shape is designed with mid-battle flight in mind to facilitate aerial combat. Let's keep hitting the slopes. Yes. The advanced course, please. Coin has not forgotten that he needs to watch out for his words. He wonders how good or effective the kite shield is at surfing. He thinks it's probably not as good as the metallic shield for surfing. BTW, moving back over to Twitch here. The shield doesn't reduce durability on sand, snow, and damage is reduced when raining. Rocky terrain such as mountain with no snow is gonna rip through durability. Ah, okay. So there are multipliers for which is what Coin thought. Close. What Coin thought when he watched videos about this earlier multiple years ago. Because there were multiple shield surfing like exposés made at the time he was watching it. He is trying to remember, Coin is trying to remember which YouTuber in specific made the video, but he forgets. Maybe someone would be willing to assist Coin in this process? Back to YouTube, or back to Twitch. It was 14 degrees C here in daytime. Yeah, it's pretty chilly. That's pretty chilly. Also, don't bother going under the bridge on the advanced course. Chart your own course. You can use pins with colors to help, and you can get there faster. So the real goal for us, the real goal for us is to get to the hot spring. Damn it. With a minute on the clock, too. Again. I can't not focus on this for even a second. Speaking of, I have to do it again. Let's see. Art tools. Good live guys in Axul. Axul? Okay. You don't talk much because you've got no arms, but you like the live atmosphere? Thank you. I appreciate it, Artool, or, Axul. No worries. If you don't have arms, that's perfectly fine. Take however much time you need to reply. We can all be patient, right? Mr. Ron Darcy, go off the beer and snow shelf and glide down. Okay. So close, yet so far. Are we headed the right direction? For now. Just can't turn too far left or we get DQ'd. And we don't want to be DQ'd. Being DQ'd would be bad. Wonder how much of a DQ this is gonna be. Note that gnarly little word wasn't said there once. Glide here for speed. Okay. Coin does not think he should have dropped off here. Coin definitely thinks he shouldn't have dropped off here. Though he supposes he could still glide this way. Coin is so scared right now. He's also pretty sure he still didn't make any meaningful time saves on this. You were a bit early. Sorry. No problem. Hard to time because there's a smidge delay on text. No worries. It's not like you're here to help guide me through this process. Yes, Coin should probably use the pins. Whoops, this is the same shield that Selmy gave you last time, huh? How about some rupees as a consolation prize? Woman, you give me a shield. That is a way better prize than a 50. But Coin supposes he'll accept the 50 so that, Coin's wallet doesn't bleed dry doing this. Yes, the advanced course, please. At least the instructor's fee is fair. Okay, let's mark pins. So we have 3 pins to work with. The 50 pays for 2 attempts at least? It does. It does. Probably like this way? Let's try. We probably aren't saving time unless we shield surf as much as humanly possible. Oh, okay. That was close. All right. I apologize for going a bit silent there, but the timer did fade. So I'm quite confident that I've met the requirements. Oh. I think what the fox didn't say redemption is priced at the right amount. You know, not just anybody can come in here and do it, but you know, if people want to be active and work toward a nice little fun redemption like that, I think it's worthwhile. Probably. I mean, everyone has to go through a learning curve on, you know, stream features, right? It was like, I want to say it was like, it was 1,000 before. I multiplied its price by 10. Yeah, it wasn't the cheapest thing in the world, but it was definitely more expensive before. It was cheaper before. We had a nice vote on it, and the 10,000 broke the tie, so that's what I went with. Haha, probably, and thank you, Mr. Rowan Darcy. Much appreciated. I think if I do it more, I'll get better at it. moving to YouTube for a second. Good to see you're still here, HBK. Can I ask if you've ever played Twilight Princess? Oh, Twilight Princess is awesome. I love Twilight Princess. Is it my favorite? No, but it's a good one. I quite liked the darker storytelling in it. I liked the use of the twilight and the shadows to sort of indicate the separation of peoples or of cultures. The Twilight people are fascinating to read about. I really wish the storytelling kind of continued more in that direction, albeit with much more detail. Because the Legend of Zelda series is known for having less than stellar storytelling at moments. There's a lot that has to be explained through cutscenes, and even then, it's like, you can tell it's a game marketed for like 10 or 12-year-olds who really aren't permitted, or not permitted, who really aren't given a complicated book to read, and so things need to be kept simple to understand. Moving back over to YouTube, it's pretty to Twitch, sorry. It's pretty disruptive, TBH, so a bunch of us suggested it should be more because of that. Yeah, I had some options listed, and it ended up being 10K. I've got the vote archived with proof. I think a lot of what I missed from the older games is the use of the ocarina. Ah, yes, the music to help with the storytelling. People like music puzzles. Twilight Princess had those too, music stones. And the music was fun. When we played through Sands of Time, there was at least some different, that's a Ocarina of Time mod ROM / ROM hack. There were some different tunes in there, mostly for transportation, but hey, they had a utility, they served a purpose, and there was one tune that basically helped with Song of Time blocks, and it was used very sparingly, so it was fine. The ocarina, like several Zeldas, yep, or the flute and spirit tracks. I miss learning the songs and some of them having an effect on the world. You gotta talk to the Zelda devs about that. Say, hey, can we have Breath of the Wild with music? That would probably be, that would probably at least, elicit some shrugs from the, Japanese game dev team. You loved Sands of Time, Axel? It's nice to know. It definitely wasn't a perfect ROM hack / mod ROM, but it had some really good points. It had some really good moments, and we even got a chance to take a tour of most of the patches as well, from like 1.8 onward. So we got a chance to kind of see the game evolve. See the game evolve over time, excuse me. Zelda Breath of the Wild music is lacking. Yeah, because they focused more on ambience, right? They focused more on ambience, and so a lot of the time, only like towns and hubs had music. Or it's in other cases, it's very subdued, right? To help with the ambience and the atmosphere. Which I get the theory behind why they made the choices they made, but that doesn't mean I think there's room for both atmospheric, ambient generating music and like actual musical tracks, and not just in cutscenes either. You discovered me on Sands of Time? Too true. Yeah, so there's always going to be like a little bit of bias towards the games with the music in it, right? Makes sense. Moving back to YouTube, and then I'll keep things moving. I have the original and the HD. I only have the original Wii copy, unfortunately. I would love for HD to get a remastering for the Switch, but that's probably not happening because Skyward Sword got the Switch remaster. And then we have Echoes of Wisdom. I definitely suspect there will not be some remasters for a little bit. It even came with a Wolf Link amiibo. See, that's something else I never really had the chance to be part of, was the amiibo thing. Seems like fun for a few short moments, but then, you know, after a while, it would probably get tedious and cumbersome to keep up with. I'm kind of a minimalist when it comes to decor in my room. I don't like a whole bunch of just clutter everywhere. I hate that. I feel like closed in when there's too much stuff in my room. But so a lot of the times, if I have the ability to buy furniture, I always go for the aesthetically pleasing furniture, because the furniture would be the art in my room, along with like posters and other things that don't take up a bunch of space. I like being able to move around in my room and not trip over stuff. Although that said, you know, my office is quite cluttered. I got bunches of stuff every which way. You can purchase amiibo discs that you can use to get the amiibo exclusive items. I'll have to think about that. Amiibo discs sound fun. If I can get that and not have to keep up with the clunky figures, that would definitely be better. But only when I can afford it. Understandable, Axel LPS says. I kind of clash with family and friends on this. A lot of people I know in my personal friend groups have like knickknacks and things, and that's totally fine. That's completely fine. They're entitled to that. I am not a. Oftentimes, I would have knickknacks like forced into my countenance or forced into my space. And maybe some part of me is just kind of a minimalist in that regard as well, where it's like, even if I didn't have that personal experience of just having to have the knickknacks in my room and just kind of having to deal with it, I would probably, I probably still would not care an incredible amount for little knickknacks. You want to do that eventually to get some amiibo exclusive villagers in New Horizons. Sounds fun. Let me switch over to YouTube. Nope, that is still Twitch. I have Skyward Sword for the Switch too. I also have it for the Switch. It's lots of fun, HBK. Lots of fun. I could probably demo it sometime if people were really interested. It didn't make it into this round of votes, but it is something I'm always thinking about, is like what older games could actually go into the votes for next time. Moving back over to Twitch. I'm a collector. Fair. So you have a lot of stuff. Too much stuff. I mean, it makes sense, Axel. You collected the Littlest Pet Shop stuff, among other things, right? It makes sense. Just... If you're an avid collector of things, you're used to the amount of space they take up. You know to dedicate some space. If you've never... If you're a person who's never, like, actually collected things before, or you're a person that doesn't particularly care to collect a whole bunch of things, well, it could be a problem. It's one of those... How do I word this? I don't want to be shield surfing as much as humanly possible. Because anytime I have to do this really hurts. I want to move to the left if I can. I definitely feel like I need a movement boost here. I just need one. Because there's just no way I make enough speed on my own to get through this. Moving back to the collecting things versus not collecting things. This is why, even though I enjoy my games collection, off to my right, I enjoy it. And it's nice to have like a physical record of things, of the items I have over a period of time. Do I have the Hylian shield yet? No. We won't be getting that one for a while.
Yay!
We won't be getting that one until we're done with DLC 2, basically. There's no reason for us to go to the castle beyond for anything other than the shield and the few Koroks seeds there. It should kind of be the capstone of our journey. So I have to go even faster. GG's. Thank you. It's a purple rupee, but I'll take it. I don't know. I guess some part of me is just like a minimalist anyway. Let me move over to YouTube real quick. I would love to see you demo the game. Sure. I mean, you can always leave it in the suggestions in the game suggestions channel. And if I ever think to, you know, play the game on my own and record it for you guys, I can do that. Or, you know, we can vote to have it streamed sometime. Yes, thank you for thank you for that. I can't click on it here. I can't click on it here on that computer, but I at least know where to I can probably tap into the Twitch chat on my phone and get it really quick. This is probably the type of thing that's going to take multiple attempts, more than anything. All right, I think you'll go. You'll think you'll go to sleep now. See ya and enjoy your stream. Thank you for stopping by and rating Axel. I really, really appreciate it. Your company has been fantastic. And get some rest. You deserve it. You're definitely gonna need it for editing that film, that documentary ahead. I hope to see you around sooner rather than later. I'll try to stop by at some point on one of your streams if I can. No problem. It tells you a bit more about friction and the best shields. Right. I put away my phone when I needed my phone. This might be I might need to, like, actually call it here. Seeing as how it's 6:30 and dinner definitely should have been ready by now. I know what I said about the stream, but at the same time, I'm thinking about the fact that people will be going to sleep in like 90 minutes, roughly. I'm really not sure how I want to advance at this point. Also, I have bandwidth and data usage to think about. Let me at least pull out. Go to my profile, go to my channel. Mute my phone so there's no echoing. No, I don't want to time them out. I want to copy text. Thank you. You won't get through Hebra for a while, TBH. Yeah, I was so gung-ho about getting it done this episode too. But you're right. I mean, especially when we bumped into Selmy and spent like a good chunk of time on this. Yeah, absolutely not. Okay, I have it pulled up and I'll do some reading on this later. I'm through for now, Selmy. Thank you for a good time. You guys have been awesome. Thank you again so much for hanging out with me tonight. I am gonna probably go ahead and make sure I've had the soup while it's good and hot. We will be back at this Wednesday. So, HBK, since I know you're new here, and I know you have not accessed the Discord in, or you're not very familiar with the Discord. In my content resources channel on my Discord server, if you look at where it said, right, I already said content resources. Bullet number 4 has a streaming calendar. If you use a Google Calendar, or you have like a Android phone like type device, if you click on that streaming calendar, it'll sync you up with my schedule, because I'm not always the best about posting the YouTube video or like the stream link. I'm not always the best about that, but that stream schedule is usually 95% accurate. I update that pretty religiously. You don't have to use it, of course. That's up to you, because a Google Calendar can be an invasive thing. But it's the best resource I have for A, keeping myself accountable, and B, for keeping you guys apprised of when I'm actually streaming. And it's pretty easy to set up on a Samsung device too. It'll even sync up with your regular calendar if you've got the invite set up already. We will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesday doing more of this. I may or may not dedicate more time to the shield surfing. I may or may not also give it a rest so we can get some of the seeds collected and everything. Before we go, I'm gonna cut and run today. I would normally feel pretty good about raiding, but I would like to eat. So I'm gonna point you guys to some people instead. On Twitch. On YouTube, I don't have much of anything else for you, so just bear with me for a second. Please go check out these two gentlemen. They've been working really hard on their content. Reaver has been streaming God of War Ragnarok. So if you guys like God of War, and especially the 2020 version with Norse mythology and things, you will like Ragnarok. I hear Ragnarok is the much better game. Not that God of War 2020 was any slouch, but you know what I mean. And as for D. Thomas, he's playing
Night-night. Sleep
Phasmophobia.
tight.
So if you like horror games, enjoy. You guys know all the algorithmic stuff to do. It's in the description. It's in the About Me section. Thank you guys again. My name is Coin. This has been another Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild stream. I will be bringing you many more of these, as many as I can. Again, on Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys have been awesome. Stay safe and take care of yourselves, my fellow senators and inductees. Do stay safe out there. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, goodbye.